gosh, even outside of Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm still enjoying that Phenomena song from Harlem Avenue. Yeah, from the Harlem Avenue Street View video that we did just a few days ago. But anyway, good morning to each and every one of you. It is that time once again. Yes, it is. It's the Weekly Test Wednesday extravaganza. But this is going to be one of those special days because it's not just going to be the weeklies and all that stuff. Because this week, Alert Ready is joining us as well. So it's going to be a chaotic one. We got Environment Canada, Alert Ready, of course NWS, maybe some other stations along the way. That's how crazy these weekly test shows usually get. Well, anyway, as we are getting started here, why don't we go ahead and do the Wordle for today. Well, let's get the Wordle taken care of here as I'm starting up my iPad Mini. Now, in the words of iPads, Southern PAWX's iPad that he's had for like 8 years is starting to is having issues involving the battery. Now, the thing is, it actually stays at a certain percentage even while it's charging, which definitely is a problem. Now, personally, I have not had any major battery problems with any of my iPads. Mainly the issue with these were... Actually, I don't think I didn't have any issues with these iPads at all. But the main reason why I wanted to upgrade my phone was the degraded battery life. I didn't have any major issues with these devices. It was just that it was getting slow and getting old. So that's why it was time for a new one. So I've had my Mini 6 since 2021, and here it is 4 years later, and it is still going strong. It is really getting the job done, and I'm very, very impressed because, as I've talked about many times, I've always dreamed of having a bezel-less, buttonless, an iPad without a home button, almost like Apple does nowadays with the iPhone. But now, I was thinking, why don't they give Dynamic Island to the iPad? That would be awesome. It would be awesome to see Dynamic Island on the iPad. Yeah, personally. But anyway. It was Maker. Had all the letters except just that one. Well, that's alright. But anyway, back to the thing here. So I was gonna think about commenting on his post that he did and suggest him a new iPad, because since that iPad was from 2017, let me try to pull up endoflife.date. So iPad from 2017. So it's either one of these. iPad 5th generation, probably the 5th generation here. Yeah, probably the 5th generation. So yeah, it's the 5th generation. Either the 5th generation I believe he has the either he has the 5th generation iPad like I do, or he has one of the iPad Pro models. Either one of them. So I can pretty much guess that is what the case is. So and the only release that it could go up to was 16. I'm not sure, but I gotta say, I mean, if I'm pretty sure Southern PAWX's best course of action, considering how old that device is just get a new one, get a whole new iPad altogether. But I mean, just looking at this iPad, I mean, look at the cost. It's only $349. That's actually a pretty reasonable price for a device of this kind. So I hope he's considering an upgrade because he's gonna need it. But yeah, upgrading my phone because of the battery life was actually one of the major reasons why I upgraded to the iPhone 17. It was because of the degraded battery life. Well, yeah, actually it was because of the battery life. And yeah, let me tell you, my parents did not treat that phone very well. They did not treat it very well. Not in terms of durability, but rather in terms of battery capacity. Because just before I retired it, as you may recall, the battery section of settings reported 79% battery capacity, which meant that the battery was in need of service. So, yeah, the thing is, the iPad does not have that kind of function. It does have battery, but it doesn't show that special setting, where you can check the battery health, battery capacity, and what maximum capacity and whatnot. So that's probably a major reason there. So my advice to Southern PAWX at this point would be to just get a new one. Just get a whole new iPad. I mean, the latest generation from Apple is already very cheap. It's at a very recent. Well, I shouldn't say cheap, but I should say the price for a new iPad right now is actually very reasonable. $349 for the base model, 128 gigabytes. So I mean, $349 for a 128 gigabyte iPad. That's a great price. That is a great price. But I was thinking the same thing to replace my 5th generation iPad, but it's still going strong. Although it has not received, as I've said, it has not received any software updates after iOS 16. So it is kind of falling behind. But like I said, still going strong. But I've decided to discontinue those other iPads for good. But I don't know if I'm gonna ever pull out my oldest one again. But for now, it's just gonna remain on my so-called shelf of shame. Well, it's my own version of that. Where I just let old devices sit there and then await whenever they're going to be used next. I got so deep into everything else that I forgot to plug these things in. So, yeah, let me take a moment and do that here before we go on. But yeah, $349 for for the latest generation iPad, I'd say that is a great price. That is a pretty great price. A very great price on a budget. That's what I would say. All right. Now, one more thing before we continue here. As I said, Alert Ready is joining us today. And in about, 15 minutes? Yeah, 15 minutes will be our first province of this whole thing, and that is Newfoundland and Labrador. And I was thinking for that, we're going to do CBC just like we have done previously. So, I gotta make sure I have the correct province set and whatnot. Make sure I don't screw this up, hopefully. Let me check and make sure the secondary is still on. Yeah, it is still on. That's good. Because I forgot to check it just before I blasted the Yu-Gi-Oh! Theme song in my ears last night, right before I went to bed. Well, there's actually something else that got blasted in my ears last night, too. Where is it? Here we go, notifications, and it's this. Yeah, and that's Discord's new menu that they've introduced. I personally like it in a window form rather than full screen, so yeah, that's personally what I like. Well, anyway, I'm sure you all would like to know what has happened over the last, I guess the last 36 hours when we were last with you, so I guess we'll go ahead and get to that, and I will make the long story short. And also, I do have some news regarding the programming for the next few weeks as well. As we get to the end of the semester here. So I'll pull up the calendar so that way I can explain the whole thing. So, after we left you last night and Fuchi did not go live for the challengers, instead, of course, you guessed it, raved to Yu-Gi-Oh! Even more. Yep. Of course I did. I still can't get Yu-Gi-Oh! Out of my mind. What have I done? Well, anyway. Good lord. Okay, so then Tuesday, of course I started by catching up on my shows, and then I got to recording more episodes of Ticket to Ride, and I did record the exact number that I had promised and planned from the beginning. Another 30 episodes of the show, which brings the show's grand total of episodes to 135 out of the 165 episode order, and I did reconfirm, and with the calendar, I just went through the calendar again, just made sure that I have the correct number of episodes, set and in order. So I recorded episodes. So of course, getting up at like 8 a.m. and recording episodes of the show, that's what worked. So I think it was getting up early was what helped. Was what helped this whole thing. So I'm glad that worked, and I was able to get more and more of those episodes recorded. Although I kind of feared towards the end I would run out of time, getting another weekend. Yeah, getting another week of episodes in. I'm saying another week worth of the program. So, that was what I did yesterday, and then of course after filming Ticket to Ride, I had my OS Fundamentals evening class, and I do have some news regarding that. Next week, Tuesday, that's going to be the only day I'm going to be attending that course. And after that, guess what? That's it.
Looking for a great
And then after that lecture, guess what? That's it. That's going to be the last lecture of OS Fundamentals I will be attending and then that's it. Then I can just spend the rest of my time getting final projects and everything done. So, yeah, everything else that's left for the course, yeah. Plain and simple, right? Yeah. So I have between now and then to think about how I'm going to be sending off those virtual machines that I've had for the entirety of the course, like I did with the first SciBit course that I took last year. Oh no, it was last year earlier this year I should say, from the spring of 2025. That's what I was saying, spring 2025. Of course, you all can take a guess as to which route I'm considering. And believe it or not, of course I found the Yu-Gi-Oh soundtrack on the Internet Archive again. And I have it stored on one of those virtual machines. And I'm still thinking about which of those songs I'm going to use for the finale. For the grand finale of all of this. I'm thinking Time to Duel is going to be the one that we'll use for the final send-off. Because as much as I would like to do the Yu-Gi-Oh theme song to finish them all off, as much as I would like to do that to finish it all off, I'd rather do a much more intense song than that. So that's what I'm thinking. Anyway, then after I came back, in fact, the lecture went so quickly, so it's so fast, that I ended up watching The Perfect Line. And then when we got to the final break, I was caught up live with the U broadcast. And then, of course, right after finishing The Perfect Line, of course, watched the Flip Side episode from earlier last night, and then that was it. And then, of course, played catch-up, and you're thinking I was going to rave to Yu-Gi-Oh! Again immediately afterwards? No, not immediately. What I instead did was I finally went ahead and put together the editing process of the Ticket to Ride episodes that I recorded both last Friday, and yesterday. So I did the editing process of all of those. And they're going to go right to the word game again without even trying to test. But this time we're going to stick around.
If you unscramble these into a proper word, you win a great prize. E as in excited. S as in stupendous. T as in terrific. F as in far out. R as in radical. A as in awesome. H as in heck yeah. And E as in electric.
That's it, electric.
Those letters E, S, T, F, R, A, H, and E. Those letters make up one word. You must use all the letters in your answer. No proper names, please. You want to get on this week's contest? Here's what you got to do. Just send in your answer along with your name, address, and phone number. Name it and claim it. WNBS Radio, 44 South Mount Vernon Avenue, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, 15401. Or drop the cards off personally at the WNBS Broadcast House at that very same address. Either way, make sure your cards get in by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Our prize this week is a set of 4 tickets to the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. These tickets are good through next March, so hey, a nice time out at the zoo for you and 3 of your friends or family members.
Well, we do this word game just for fun, but
Purchase is necessary because it's all from us, your local station, WNBS, the station and the show, where it really does pay to listen now, doesn't it? On the Matt Sapienza Show.
there we go. So I guess they're waiting till after the word game now to do it. Which makes sense. But anyway, those letters, of course, as always, we'll mess around with we'll try to see what kind of crazy words we can come up with at the end of toward the end of the show. And oh my gosh, Brandon really got a kick out of lag front, which was from last week's letters. Oh my gosh. Definitely had a blast saying that same word. Saying lag front. Even having Google Translate read the whole thing. Oh my gosh. And then after that, they go right back to their programming. Alright. It's just about time here, so let me go ahead and pull up the correct province. Damn, that's a huge ad here. Here we go. All locals want Newfoundland because that province is coming first. Oh, radio. Here we go. Live radio. Here we go. And then we can we can change it to... Then we just need to switch it to the correct province. So let's do St. John's. Alright, we'll see if this is the... Alright. We will find out if this is the right one here. Hopefully that's right. And to allow for that to run, I'm gonna properly. I'll just submit it on this icon. There we go. All right. Okay. Now on with the story. So after putting those Ticket to Ride episodes together, I also went ahead and did some more work on on a PowerPoint presentation that I will be using as part of the announcement video that I'm planning on recording later this week. On Friday to be exact, regarding the future of the channel and the kind of, some kind of content changes. As I did say I was going to go into a bit of detail. I was going to go into a bit of detail on it a little bit, a bit down the line. So we're at that point now. And we've just hit 8:45. We should be going at any moment. I'll continue while we're still waiting. Why does this stop charging? There we go. Okay. So after I got the presentation together, then that was when I went crazy with all that stuff for the remainder of the time while I got the stuff from last night finalized and whatnot. So, and then that was the story after that, and we'll get to what I got planned for tomorrow in just a little bit. But I'm just making sure that this is the right one. But I'll talk about tomorrow and the rest of this week and what's coming up next week here. I swear it chose the right province. Let's try a different one. Here, let's try Corner Brook. Come on, Newfoundland. Are they late? Well, one province already failed. That's not good. So now we'll just keep waiting for minimum wage to try and do it. So, all right. Well, we'll have New Brunswick coming up here next, within the next 10 minutes. So, continuing on with the story here about everything, coming up. Well, that was everything from last night, and yes, that was everything from last night, and now for what is to come in the coming weeks. Now, of course, tomorrow, as I have just mentioned, I'll be recording the last 30 of those Ticket to Ride episodes, completing the order. Completing the order for the series. And then, of course, I'll spend the whole night, doing, putting together the last of the episodes, and then finalize the presentation and write out a script. And then write out a script that I will follow. That I'll read while the presentation is going. Almost like how I tried to do with Nostalgia, but I didn't actually. I did have a written out script, but then, of course, I decided to rewrite it myself into a whole different thing. But still keeping true to the topic, of course. And then on the Friday, the 21st, that is when I am both going to make the announcement video. So that is when I'm going to make both the announcement video, and I'm also going to go ahead and get a head start on some of the projects, the final projects. Now, I was thinking about all of them, and I was thinking Cybit was the OS Fundamentals course. So I was thinking I'll take care of the OS Fundamentals final project first, and then I'll look through some of the other final projects, and then I'll decide where to go from here. So. The HTML thing is literally the very last thing, and then that's the end of it. The last of the labs. Yeah, I'm saying in terms of that course. Now, going on with the plan here. So, again, the 21st, as I've said, I'll first start by making the announcement video. Then I will get to work on some of the I think I'll do one of the final projects, sort of get a head start on that. And then, of course, over the next 2 weeks, I will be working on the final project stuff for my college courses. Huh, Drew left. Well, that was pretty quick. Okay. All right, let's continue. So where are we now? We're on the 24th. So I will spend the 2 weeks there, doing both the final projects and then rendering all of the Ticket to Ride episodes. Then I'll edit all the Ticket to Ride episodes. Or no, actually export all of them. So that's what I will also do within those 2 weeks. Get all those Ticket to Ride episodes exported and fully rendered. To a fully complete status, essentially. So, I'll work on... But then, of course, there's some other stuff, that comes within that. Oh, it's almost time for New Brunswick, Let's try this one. Yeah, because New Brunswick is coming next. Hopefully I got that right. Should be St. John NB. Yep. That is New Brunswick. Alright. Let's see if we have better luck with this one. That's like our best bet at this point. So of course I'll spend that week taking care of all of the... Now, of course, I will spend that week taking care of final exams, final course material, everything like that. Get it all taken care of and dealt with, all before we move on to the final project for the fall taping cycle this year. So that's what I'll be doing over the next couple of weeks after this week is all said and done. And then, Tuesday the 25th, that's the last OS Fundamentals lecture I'll have to attend. And tonight will actually be the second to last Cloud Security course lecture I'll be attending, because next Wednesday the college closes early for Thanksgiving. And then, of course, Thursday's Thanksgiving Day. And then, of course, they're off until Monday, the 1st of December. Now, Tuesday the 2nd, I guess not. And finally, we're getting a province test. And of course, it repeats it in French too, so. Because it's one of those French speaking parts of Canada, like Quebec. Is that it? Yep, and then it's back to whatever program they were on. All right, so there we go. So far, it's 1 for 2 in terms of provinces. We still got more to go because this is just the beginning. And speaking of which, HUA. Seems like they finally. It looks like that station might have finally stopped doing that civil test for all of Florida very rapidly and frequently. So I'm glad they stopped that. At least I got one of them live, which is good. Okay. I was about to say that regarding Tuesday, December 2nd, I actually have some great news regarding that. Tuesday, December 2nd is when Roblox will return to its original time slot. That's right. Tuesday, December 2nd, 4 p.m., Roblox returns to its usual time slot. And for Sunday, I'm thinking for the next several Sundays after that, we will probably do a second Minecraft show so we can, further advance in that interstate project because we're getting close to the end. We are getting pretty close to the end here. Well, we just still got a few more interstates to go. But of course, we'll do 104 next week. And then, of course, we will work with Interstate 104 next week. And then, of course, we'll do 180, 289, 189 on Sunday and Monday, respectively. And then the final two the following week. And then that's the end of the... And then that'll be the end of the story for those interstate, construction things. Then we'll move on to the next stage in the procedure, which will be to put up all of the overpasses, sign trusses, all remaining things and whatnot, and then we'll just put down the signs, and that will be the end of the story from there. Well, that's in regards to Minecraft here. Actually, it's just about time for these two, so go ahead and get them both going before I miss it. Alright, so that's for Tuesday, so that's great news to hear, right? However, Wednesday the 3rd, that actually will be the last cloud security lecture. Why is that, though? Well, that's because we have to make another PowerPoint presentation, about an Amazon service and whatnot. Well, that's doable. But of course, I'll use that whole week before Thanksgiving wisely, to do all that stuff. So I'll be working extra hard. I'll be working extra hard next week. But of course, I'll get a break from all of it on, for Thanksgiving and whatnot. Because of course, I'll be spending time with family. And I'm also looking forward to seeing Abigail, Sir Archie, and Jack the dog. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully Jack will be here this year, like he has been for the last several years. Oh boy, here they all come. We're testing the emergency alert system for the WHUA listening area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. Thank you for your cooperation.
Tested. Thank you for your cooperation.
They fixed it. The pre-roll's not duplicating anymore. They fixed it. That was absolutely annoying. First things to do when you get a new phone. Whatever. Alright. Moving on. see if any iPod stuff's gonna come through. All right. We're currently on the week of December. Now, I'm not sure if this is the case or not, but I'm thinking that tomorrow night will probably be the last networking fundamentals lecture I will have to attend. Because then after that's going to be final project and everything like that. Because the next class would take place on Thanksgiving Day, which of course is not going to happen. And then December after that, well, that I think would be the end of it, so. Because that first week of December, actually there's 2 weeks of December, that's finals week, so. So one more day of lecture, one more week of lecture, and then that's it. And then that will be all the lectures I will have to attend. And then after that, everything will be back to normal in terms of our programming for the time being. So what's to come after? Wow, oh, is that an iPod stuff? Oh, it's HUA. Okay. All right. Well, we got to get everything set up here. So why don't we go ahead and do that now? Plus, I wanna copy over that soundtrack to my HP system because I want to mess around with it a little bit more. Yep, that's going to be a sound I'll be hearing more frequently now that everyone's moving away from, oh my goodness, Windows 10. My goodness, how could the battery already be dead? It's been off for like, it has been off for like over 24 hours, for like 48 hours. My God. All right, there we go. We'll give it some time to charge. And here's the XPS. And I will have to sadly retire very soon. I say sadly because this is what my first, this was exactly what I wanted my first laptop to be. You know, I wanted it to be very fast. Very fast like this, but Windows 10 is actually working pretty well, even on 8 gigabytes of RAM. I'm quite impressed. That's probably why many people prefer Windows 10 nowadays, but good thing I'm taking advantage of the extra year of updates. So it's a good thing I'll keep getting updates for another year until the conclusion of that ESU program, and then that will be the true end. So because then I'm planning to retire this PC eventually. No, I don't want to know about HP offers. This PC is fine as it is. Okay. Alright, then I'll just pull up the calendar on that PC instead. There's the notification from when Bitdefender did its update and everything else. I'll keep Discord open because, of course, I'm going to want to know when one's testing and whatnot. Okay, so then going back to the plan here. So currently the plan is the only lecture the week of the 1st through the 5th would be Wednesday the 3rd for the capstone presentations. Then after that, that would be the end, because then there would be some like final assignments and whatnot. There would be some final assignments to take care of. Now, I'm going to say this. I am planning as early as, if it all goes well, Friday the 5th to start recording episodes of Yahtzee. Now, it's going to be 125 episodes to record, and guess what? So little time. And then Monday the 8th, I will, take a quick break from taping those episodes and do the very last assignment for the semester, which is the digital media final project, final concepts exam, and a course assessment, a final discussion question, and that's, oh god damn it. Speaking of which, I was going to check and see if there were those 2 replies. Yes, that's right. It's back to having me make 2 replies, but in order to get full credit. Well, that's how my professors wanted it, so I should follow it. I could check before we start here, but oh well. But never mind. Nevertheless. So, and in that sense, I would only get 4 days to record all of those 125 episodes. So, here's what I'm proposing. I'm going to do the same thing for Friday, just like what I did last week when I started doing Ticket to Ride. When I got up quite early to record those episodes. So I'm gonna do it in the same way. So yeah, I'm gonna do it in the very same way. So of course Monday I'll take care of the final assignment for college, and then I will resume taping Yahtzee episodes afterward. And then of course Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday will be the same story. I'll get up early. I'll wake up early, catch up on the shows, and then, well, actually, there won't be too many shows to catch up on because that's going to be the end of the end of all the courses. So, really, the only other show then to catch up on is But you know what? We'll see how we'll see where prime time ends up, and then that will decide where we take things from here. So, yeah, and then that will decide where we go from there. So, the plan is catch up on any remaining shows for Tuesday the 9th, Thursday the 11th, and then Friday the 12th. Now, Friday the 12th is going to be the true deadline for recording Yahtzee episodes. Now, why do I say Friday the 12th is the true deadline and I'm only giving myself 1 week? Well, that is a very good question, and I'm glad you asked it.
Thanks for listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station KZZ 33. Highs 39 to 44. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour.
No, we need 8.
Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Reno, Carson City, and Lincoln area today. Sunny. Areas of fog in the morning. Highs 48 to 53. Light winds. Tonight, partly cloudy in the evening, then cloudy with a slight chance of rain after midnight. Lows 28 to 38. The pressure was 30.25 miles an hour rising. Across the remainder of south central lower Michigan, skies ranged from sunny to mostly sunny.
And I mean, I could have gotten Ticket to Ride done sooner, but my mother was off last Thursday, so she had a bunch of other plans. But I enjoyed Salernos, of course. I really did enjoy it, and of course, I look forward to when we go back again. Whenever that time comes. Okay, I'm kind of going off on topic here in terms of the plan. Now, the reason why I said I'm only going to get a week is because, of course, Venona would like to, have me for, quite some time. So, in fact, I'd say about a week and a half. So, yeah, for a week and a half, to be exact. So, she would like me for a week and a half. Now, I had 2 choices. Before Christmas or after Christmas. Ultimately, I went with the latter. So, since that is going to be the case, there are, of course, some changes that are going to be happening, to our schedule in order to accommodate for this. Okay, at least it's just the Explorer shell because I'm just putting all the boxes in their place. So, let's see. Depending on when I depart that day. Well, then what I was thinking is that same week of Thanksgiving, or whenever, I have enough time following the completion of all of those exams and stuff. I'm going to try again with getting that VGA module into the Dell Micro, because it was supposed to be part of the plan last month. But, of course, with what happened with one of my grandparents and everything like that, we had to postpone that plan indefinitely. And now I'm hearing that this could be your last year in Clemson, so better take advantage. I hope they're going to take advantage of it while they still can, before it's too late, and then get to sear at that again. Now, here's what I was proposing. So as I said, probably the week before, maybe the 5th, or maybe Thursday the 4th, actually, maybe Thursday the 4th. Following the backyard baseball game, I'll, or maybe after dinner or whatever, because I know we'll be having dinner that night and whatnot. So, what I was thinking is, or, how about the Friday after Thanksgiving? I think that's perfect. Black Friday, in time for Black Friday. That's probably when I'll do the VGA port edition. Now, I did talk about this already. The reason why I want to put a VGA module into my Optiplex Micro is 1, it's compatible, and 2, it's the only monitor that Nana has. And now with a Christmas tree in the living room, where I was originally proposing putting the Micro, until I got that VGA module installed, it's going to be a whole lot of cords, because that Christmas tree's got to be plugged in all the time, and I can only put one Radio Shack there, and yeah, it's going to be a pain in the ass, personally. So, I think putting the Micro in the den, with the VGA cable and everything like that, would work best. It would definitely work best. So, we'll see how it goes. We will see how it plays out in terms of that. So then the plan is on the 13th. We don't know we don't know any specifics on it yet, but here's what I was proposing. For Saturday the 13th. What we're going to do is I will do everything just as we have been doing, right? Doing the Street View video the day before. But the problem is there's Yahtzee involved. So, what I was thinking is, whatever time I have left following Yahtzee, I will record the Street View episode that week. Or, if there is not enough time to get to that, I'll do it immediately after I get all set and situated at my grandparents and whatnot. After I get situated there, get everything all ready to go and whatnot. Once everything's all set and ready, then I will do the comment request video after, immediately at that point. Once the Street View video is all set and done, fully produced, we'll then go live and play our games and whatnot. Now, I'm still thinking about whether we're going to use the Optiplex Micro, but the issue with that, well, because we're going to use a CRT monitor for this one, and since actually we'll have a full-fledged PC, do I want to do my streams on that machine, or do we continue using the iPad? Personally, I think the iPad, doing it on the iPad, I think has been pretty much overrated at this point. So I think it might be time to move on. What would that mean? It would mean the halting of the 24/7 broadcast, but WPLD, of course, would be ran on that machine. I mean, why not? It has 32 gigabytes of RAM, so we should take advantage of the 32 gigabytes because it's only using 11 out of it right now. That's why I proposed all those hardware upgrades for Christmas. And I'm pretty sure Drew will come back by the time we get to Northern Indiana, when we get to Northern Indiana's test. So yeah, by the time we get to Northern Indiana, I'm sure that's when Drew's going to be back with us and whatnot. Now, what about Yahtzee, on the other hand? Don't we still have to render the episodes? Yes, we are still set to do that. But I'm not going to start it, on that Friday. Because on that Friday, and I forgot to mention, I'll also be editing and editing all of those Yahtzee episodes. Then I'm going to transfer the episodes over to the Micro Machine, and then I'll just use them as counterparts when I go exporting all the episodes. So that's what I'll be spending my time there doing. Rendering all the episodes of Yahtzee. Yeah, getting all those episodes of Yahtzee exported and rendered and whatnot. Because this kind of upgrade was a long time coming, personally. Because Windows 11 on that Inspiron laptop from 2012, while it does seem great, it definitely was horrible on the inside in terms of what I wanted to use it for. But now I understand. And I'm glad I did. So, during my time there, I'll of course render all the Yahtzee episodes and then get those uploaded. And then after that, the fall taping cycle would then be declared officially complete. The fall taping cycle would then be declared complete after that. Because that's really the very last thing that, we gotta do. Now, what about our other shows? Minecraft and everything. We're still going to try it on the Micro PC, but I was thinking, isn't that going to put a Microsoft account on the machine? Well, sort of, yeah. Now, what I was thinking is I'm just going to, take over the apps and then just log into the Micro Machine with that, or maybe just make a whole new user account and then just do all the Roblox stuff on there while WPLD continues to operate. I think that's a great idea, personally. That I think personally is a great idea. So many proposals for this. And then what about Backyard Baseball? Well, obviously I can't do the capture card because the monitor is VGA. I mean, it would be nice though, but I would need a VGA to HDMI adapter in order for it to work. Which would not be best, right? Yeah, right. So, I could get one of those adapters and then it would work, but then again, I gotta switch, then I gotta keep switching VGA from the Micro PC to that HP desktop tower machine. Well, if I know how to, since I know how to, switch out VGA cables and everything, I should know how to, I should be able to do all of that. So, of course, the week of the 14th all the way up to Christmas Day. I do say Christmas Day because the plan is to send me back home. Where then the day after Christmas, I will then, the day after Christmas, and then and then every other day afterwards, I will then work on the hardware upgrades on my PCs. As I have been saying, I will then start working on the hardware upgrades of all of my devices. Working on the hardware upgrades of all my machines. Yeah, doing the hardware upgrades, and then planning out the spring taping cycle, and then of course prepare for the upcoming, for whatever, the announcement video is, and prepare to make the changes that I'm going to make in the announcement video, that I'm going to announce in the announcement video, that I'm going to make later this week, but I will have it released after Thanksgiving, because I know a lot of you want to focus more on Thanksgiving. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Tom and Ben News. That's right. We're going to have fun with them again, won't we? Anyway. So yeah, so of course Christmas Eve, and then stay the night at my, stay one more night there. Christmas morning, unbox my stuff, or just open up my stuff rather. And then, do Christmas Day festivities and whatnot. And then Wednesday. Christmas Eve falls on a Wednesday, so. Well, Thursday is Christmas Day, but I meant to say Friday, the 26th. Now, since Thursday this year would be Christmas Day, of course we will not do backyard baseball, because of course everyone wants to focus more on Christmas. So Tuesday the 23rd would probably be our last broadcast before that, or we could still go live on Wednesday, but it would be a shortened program because of the Christmas Eve festivities. Now, I have a little bit of time to think about how I'm going to handle all this and whatnot. And then, of course, once I make my final decision regarding it, we will go from there. So, currently, that is what's proposed. So that's currently what's proposed at this time. So then, of course, Christmas Day, and then the day after Christmas, we'll do the hardware upgrades, and then we will begin the process of planning for the spring taping cycle, and then, of course, Wednesday the 31st, here at home, we'll do the final weekly tests of the year, and we're going to combine it with our New Year's Spectacular. That's right. Weeklies and ringing in the new year all at once. It's going to be fun, won't it? But there's something else regarding that week that I will also mention in the announcement video as well. So, but I will get to that, when I get to once I make the announcement video and after it releases and whatnot. Yeah, and then after it releases. And then I am looking to start the spring taping cycle on January 5th. So January 5th is currently when I plan to start taping episodes of shows for the spring. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I still gotta take those songs and put them on the micro PC, but of course I will spend some time between now and then getting that ready and whatnot. Probably after I get the final projects taken care of and whatnot. So, I've still got time to make plans and decide where to go in regards to that. Yeah, like I've just mentioned, so. And then for the fall taping cycle, well, I'll explain the plan and how it's going to go, and in terms of our programming.
Pacific 1 for 70% in Southeast for Thursday.
Okay. So that's ready to go. We still got one more PC to set up, and then we will be officially ready to start this thing. So yeah, that is currently what the rest of the. That is currently what the. That is currently what is planned in terms of the taping cycle. Now, that's what's planned in terms of the taping cycle. I'll probably just make a separate user account and then, transfer all the Play TV stuff over to there. So I can mimic my main machine, while we're there, so that way we can still play, so that way we can still do Roblox and all that stuff, the kind of stuff that we normally do, when we're here at home. So that meaning we could still do our weekly test Wednesday show in its usual format. But of course the only we could shorten it too in some way, but I'll think about it. As I said, I'll think about how we're gonna plan out the Wednesday show the next few weeks. And then I will, go, and then we'll go from there what we're going to do in regards to that. So, and of course the weekend fun and games show as well. How we are going to handle all of this. Yeah, and I chose before Christmas because I want to allow one more day during the week to make all the hardware upgrades, so that way then we can do our. So that way then we can do our weekend show. Yeah, so that way then we can do our weekend show that week, the 27th, the last of 2025. And then after that, and then the rest is history from there, so. So, that is currently what is proposed. As for the rest of how the remainder of the year currently looks and where we are going to take it from that point. Alright, we are coming up on the half-hour mark before the start of all the weeklies, so I want to make sure I have enough space free before I go any further here. Oh wow, 129 gigabytes. Yeah, this thing's doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. And then I'm not sure what else we get to talk about here before the show even begins. Well, of course, the other thing then is, what we got coming up tonight. And of course, the other thing is what's coming up tonight. So, of course, as usual, when we are done here with the main section, of course, you know what we're going to do, right? We're going to, of course, will do Wheel of Fortune Deluxe, Hyperbole, Monopoly, all that good stuff. Wheel of Fortune, Hyperbole, Monopoly. That'll take us to the end of part 1. And then when we get to part 2, well, of course, also later tonight is episode 8 of The Floor. And then, of course, 99 to Beat. I think we got 2 weeks left of that. Yeah, 2 more weeks left of the 99 to Beat show, I believe. It looks like they're not going to air The Floor next week. They're just going to, that week after, they're just going to air some kind of drama thing. And then December 3rd. then I believe that will be the end of. But then I was thinking, just like before, we're going to receive the finale episodes just before Christmas, so. So, that's currently the thought that I have. However, actually, I've also forgot to mention this too, but last night, Yalek chose to call me in the middle of, setting up the presentations, setting up that presentation and everything else that I got going. But at least he did give me advance notice, so. So, unfortunately, Yalek Lembine will not be joining us tonight. So he will not be joining us this week. All right. So yeah, unfortunately, Yalek Lembine will not be joining us this week because something regarding his full-time job came up. So. Thankfully, he gave us the advance notice, so that way I don't go calling him and then just telling him that he missed the show and everything. So good thing he made me aware of his plans and whatnot before we even started here today. So I'm glad he made that decision. I'm glad he told me beforehand. Even before we started here, as I said, even before we started here today. So I'm glad he told me. So.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Aucune action n'est requise.
So let me take a moment and get all this put in here. That's Puerto Rico.
It really does pay to listen now, doesn't it? On the Matt Sapienza Show.
This is a test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System. This is
Station and the show, where it really does pay to listen. Necessary, because it's all from us, your local station, WMBS, the station and the show, where it really does pay to listen now, doesn't it? On the Matt Sapienza Show.
this is a test of the Pennsylvania Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. Alert system.
On the Matt Sapienza Show.
This is a test.
I'm gonna include that part. And this was when they tried, when they. So I guess they don't test I guess they don't do their weekly before the word game anymore. I guess they do it, afterwards, but understandable. But understandable. All right. So tonight it's likely going to be just Brandon. That is, if he joins us tonight. Otherwise, then no deal. Otherwise, then we may not have a Deal or No Deal episode this week. But that of course will depend on who's available tonight to play and whatnot. And then of course we got Yahtzee coming up after that, whether we do Deal or No Deal or not. Whether we do Deal or No Deal or not, we'll do Yahtzee, and then we'll see what else we can think of to take care of afterward. Maybe like a little bit of an eBay scavenger hunt, like we have been doing. Well, actually, I can go ahead and take a moment and just show you what I was looking at a bit last night. Yep, is able to find a whole bunch of complete series, complete season sets of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. Some are just separate. Some of them are just only partial of the season. Well, yeah, they actually split. They actually split every season into multiple volumes. So, like this one, for example, the 2, I can tell that is a U.S. print. So yeah, this is the first season. Yeah, I can tell by the number there. I believe that is a U.S. print. I believe that is the U.S. print of the series. 2015. Cinedigm Entertainment Corporation. I guess that's who released it on. Who got the rights to release the show on DVD. And I can further confirm that it is US because of NTSC. I can see NTSC down there at the bottom of each of the cases, right underneath the 4K Media Inc. logo. So this is season 1, but I can't tell I can tell from the colors which one's volume 1, which one's volume 2, 3, and 4. That's volume 1, that's volume 2, and then that's volume 3. So essentially they split the entire first season into oh, that's right, this is Canada. So I'm getting ads for Spectrum Mobile. So yeah, like with some series, they had to split. They split the entire season into multiple segments. So same thing here. It kind of reminds me a bit of those Nickelodeon DVDs of Amazon Burn on Demand, where they split seasons into parts. No, I don't think. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Burn on Demand. It was Shout Factory. I remember hearing Shout Factory where they split a season into multiple parts. So like season 1 part 1, or season 2 part 1, and then season 2 part 2, or season 1 part 1, then season 1 part 2, and then season 1 part 3. This is the same. This is the same idea, same concept. But then I can further tell from the cases and the descriptions here. But the description, like the very last paragraph on this case here, is definitely something I need to keep in mind if I want to bring this card game to my channel. But don't worry if you've never dueled before. As Astro walks Yuma through the basics, new viewers can follow along and learn how to duel. And for seasoned pros, there are plenty of never-before-seen strategies that they can use in real life. Well, for the Duel Links, I don't know if I don't know if that card game uses the original rules or the Zexal rules, or the rules from Zexal. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure the card game app will walk me through the basics, of the. Will walk me through the basics of the game, after I set it up and whatnot. Like I said, there's a whole lot of things that come down when it comes to preparing for new shows to be released on the channel. Of course, I got to find the right software. I got to get an understanding on how to actually play the game and everything like that. But since I've never played the Yu-Gi-Oh card game before, it's going to take a whole lot of time to get used to. So, since my mind has already been into this franchise for quite some time now, well, since last week actually, and I still can't take my mind off of it. There's nothing I could do to get it out of my freaking head. Well, yeah, but that's season 1. But that's just that was just one of the many items I was looking at last night on eBay. Well, you never know what you might find. You might find DVDs of shows you've never known even existed, or shows you may have never seen, or just a whole bunch of other PCs that, are more powerful than what I have. But who knows? Now, anyway, rather than carrying the soundtrack over, I'm going to go ahead and take care of what I wanted to take care of. Oh, there's all the stuff I was looking at. Alright. So, the Dual Buy soundtrack. And then, there it is, in the audio category. And then I can download the complete zip file. I just want to get this ready, because if this is what I want to mess around with tonight, during the lecture, through literally the only headphone that I have, the only wired headphones that I have, I'm going to get rid of the Mac OS folder because I don't need it. And I will just move this to eliminate the duplicate. There we go, get rid of that. And everything else is good, so. Of course I hate it when it takes everything to the OneDrive. Yeah, that's what Windows 11 likes to do. They like to just move everything to the OneDrive folder. Start OneDrive. Yeah, better not be syncing my stuff. And yeah, I can see how powerful of a processor that is. I only got 13.9 gigabytes of memory, but that's fine. Alan Stick Figures, yeah, disable that one. Yeah. Yeah. I find OneDrive very annoying because I don't need, cloud storage. I'm fine with what I have right now. Well, anyway, I'm going to get rid of that soundtrack before I go raving to it when we're supposed to be getting tests and whatnot. But I'll let Phenomena V play here. So we got about 15 minutes left. I realized I didn't go back on the Amtrak trains, but that is something I will do later. But that is something I'm going to do later on here. And what we should do right now is reset this. Okay. All right, that's ready to roll. I'll keep my eye on the public chat in case Drew shows up again. It does look like he's active, so. Here, I'll get rid of Bitdefender. But yeah, that was basically a bit of a sneak peek as to what I was looking at last night. So we'll spend the last few minutes here before the whole show and whatnot begins. Just by looking at some of the song is about 12 minutes long, so I'll let that serve as like a countdown for for the beginning of the whole weekly test stuff. Sawmill Creek Pool. So yeah, we'll just look at a few things a little bit, and then for a little bit, and then we'll look at a few things here, and then we'll decide. Then we'll get ready for the stuff when we get down to about 10 minutes. So there's a Culver's. Chai Shack. Tri-State Fire Protection District. UPS Employment Office. 100 Years of Service Sculpture. I don't see it. It doesn't seem to appear on the map. But as we were also talking about remember last weekend, we were talking about the dwindling number of lunch places now that Billy Place is out. Now that Billy Boys is gone. So of course, Culver's. Let's see if Google has updated the imagery. Nope. Same imagery as before. There's Raising Cane's. So it's not open right now. Try to see if I can get the... Yeah, Raising Cane's, it's not open right now, but it will open soon. Chili's. Anyway, that's enough, because it is just about time. So we're gonna let Phenomena 5 serve as the countdown. So Nova Scotia. Should keep track of what provinces are next. So the next provinces will be Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. Okay, then Greenville. Northern Indiana. Tampa. And then, of course, Newport. We nearly had a perfect score last week, except Austin and Huntsville decided to postpone it to Thursday for no reason. Louisville, who did not test yesterday. Okay, now to the HP. Evansville. Savannah. And then DC. Waukesha, Michigan. And Syracuse. Toledo. Yeah, let's go and join him again. And then Miami. All right. Got 4 out of 5. Salem, New York City, all right, everything's ready to go here. I'll just let the song play out, and then we will start them all up when it comes time. Check one more time and make sure everything's in here. Check the space one more time. Yep, still got enough. All right, we are all set to go. Tom and Ben, we will see you both a bit later on here. See you both a bit later after the Central Time Zone. Let me make sure all these are on. All right, we are good to go here. Alright, I think we're getting down to the final few minutes, so I want to get these guys going now, so. And I can make this as loud as I want.
Meanwhile,
Miami strikes first once again. Not throwing that in, we're going to go straight to the main fiasco, which was about to begin. Quad Cities. Wow, it is not even 11 a.m.
This is the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities. The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio public warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially ill receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. This test is normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available non-severe weather day. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated from watches and warnings affecting parts of eastern Iowa, northwest and west central Illinois, southwest Wisconsin, and northeast Missouri. This concludes the weekly test of the Weather Radio Public Warning System. We now return to normal programming. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. The preceding signal was attached to the radio warning system from the transmitter to the car, even though you're using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Champaign, Clark, Delaware, Fairfield, Fayette, Franklin, Greene, Hawthorne, Knox, Licking, Madison, Marion, Marl, Ruskin, Erie, Pickaway, and Union. This concludes the weekly test of weather radio availability. Normally, noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter can result even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. Warning alarm tones are prohibited in transmitters for counties where the signal is reliably received and the frequency systems and depending service. For station volumes 26 and 18 each, warning alerts will be activated for large warnings of possible lake, Seminole, Millard, and Orange counties. Our station channel 63 in Orlando, warning alerts will be activated for Millard, Lake, Orange, Osceola, Polk, Seminole, and Orange counties. For station WX27 in Durham, warning alerts will be activated for Millard, Indian Reserve, Sussex, and Osceola counties. For station WX69 in Fort Pierce, warning alerts will be activated for Indian Reserve, Martin, Howard, and some Lincoln counties. This electronic system regulates the warning system. We hide alarms generated from station WX26 in Maine will be activated for the counties of Saskatoon, Curry County, and the northern portions of there. Alarms generated from station WX44 in Wilbur each be activated for the counties of Wilbur, Carteret, Creighton, Pleasant, Greene, Jones, Leavenworth, Martin, Monroe, Pimlico, and Hyde. Alarms generated from station WX95 in Warsaw will be activated for the counties of Wayne, Fulton, Sampson, Jones, Buffalo, Bender, and Lenore. During dangerous weather events, knowing weather radio receivers can be activated by the system. A message with information about or warning will follow. Tests of these systems are normally conducted by National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and remote Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test may be postponed until the next weather outlet. Signal following this weather test for specific area 1 today and alert systems. No hazardous weather at 39. And now the outlet for dangerous unexpected weather California, or transmitter can sometimes occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: in southeast New York, Bronx, Kings, Nassau, New York, Orange, Putnam, Queens, Richmond, Rockland, Suffolk, and Westchester. In northern and central New Jersey, Bergen, Essex, Hudson, Hunter, Middlesex, Monmouth, Morris, Passaic, Somerset, Sussex, Union, and Warren. And in southwest Connecticut, Fairfield. Once again, this was only a test. Windy, cloudy. This is the National Weather Service Office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KXI 87. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special zone receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service Wednesday between 10 a.m. and between 6 and 8 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and especially the warning alarm tone will vary at any given location. This variation, probably more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Anderson, Ellis, Freesville, Henderson, Hill, Kaufman, Limestone, Navarro, and Van Zandt. This concludes the test of weather radio station KXI 87. 40 thunderstorms in the morning, with thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Southwinds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wind 60%. Thursday night, partly cloudy. A spring shower in the evening. Lows in upper 30s. Southwest wind 2 miles per hour. This is the National Weather Service. Pennsylvania. Highs in the lower 30s. Northwest wind 2 miles per hour. Friday, October 17th,
That was a lot. There's Grand Rapids. Just a couple minutes early. Okay, Jacksonville off the race.
This very remedy, normally noticeable at greater distances from the translator, can occur
alert system. Let us test of the public warning system for weather emergency alert. 5 receive response warning. This weather situation has
This is the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Whitehorse. The preceding signal was the test of the public warning alarm system for all hazardous radio stations high-end ESP63. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special bill receivers can be automatically activated by the signal warning and antennas. And receivers perform ceremony each Wednesday between the hours of 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available weather day. Reception of this broadcast and especially warning alarms will vary at any given location. Variability normally happens about greater distances from the transmitter, occurring when we are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for watches and warnings affecting only the following Southwest Lower Michigan counties: Livingston, Macomb, Washington, Wayne, Midway, Monroe, and St. Quentin. This concludes the test of our weather radio station KE63. We are now returning to the normal broadcast. Remember, you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties in northeast of Florida: Clay, Duval, Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns, Kennedy County in southeast
during
Florida.
potentially dangerous weather
Alarm. Special weather system is equipped with additional warning-specific area message encoders. Unlike the normal warning tone, which alerts all alarms or more weather radios in the broadcast, SIM allows people with anything equipped with a radio to be notified of watches and warnings affecting weather county desires. For more information regarding our weather radio, contact the National Weather Service at 1370 Pine Drive, Jacksonville, Florida, 32218, or call 904-741-4370. You can also visit our website at weather.gov/tracks. This concludes the weekly test of the weather radio station for HP39.
This concludes the weekly test of the NOAA All Hazards Radio Public Warning System.
36 statutory weeks, 39 for Minneapolis. 5 Southern Canada, temperatures fall between 32 and 36 degrees. Winds are southwest only. It was cloudy. In North Dakota, temperatures fall between 39 and 41 degrees.
Let's see what the cockatoo's up to today.
Over South Dakota, it was cloudy, and temperatures were between 39 and 41 degrees. Once again, in Canada, a more strong was recorded, and the temperature was 35. A hot rapids strong was recorded, and the temperature was 34. You're listening to the National Weather Service radio station for UXC 99, operating at a frequency of 162.42 for megahertz in Bemidji, weather radio for the North Central and North Counties. The current time is 10:21 p.m. Central Standard Time. The forecast for the later this morning. West of 30, south. Light rain likely late this morning, and a chance of light rain this afternoon. Highs 40 to 45. Sound winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, cloudy.
Raleigh again?
A chance of light rain in the evening. And a chance of drizzle after midnight. Low 30s to 35. South winds around 5 miles per hour, shifting to the west after midnight. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, cloudy in the morning, and partly sunny. Highs 40 to 45. West wind 5 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly clear. Cloudy in the mid-20s. Friday, sunny. Highs 35 to 40. Friday night, partly cloudy. Any given location, variability becomes more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. Highs will provide the most consistent warning service possible at any given location. The variability is any given location. The variability becomes more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for warnings, selected watches, and other environmental emergencies affecting the following North Carolina counties.
During potentially dangerous weather situations, especially during fever, be activated to warn of impending Greenville, Greene, Guilford, Calaveras, Norwood, notified unusual weather service. Montgomery, Norwood, Nash, Milwaukee, Orange, persisting severe weather in the Richmond. The clock will be performed until the following day. Stanley, Stoughton, and Surrey, Union, Warren, Wayne, Wilson, and Yadkin. The warning alarm will also be activated for the following counties in South Carolina: Chesterfield and Marlboro, and the following counties in Virginia: Brunswick, Carroll, Floyd, Grayson, Cassandra, Mecklenburg, Nashua, and Virginia. This includes the independent cities of Gillette, Martinsville, and Danville. There is a threat of severe weather.
The National Weather Service has just activated a public warning alarm tone. In respect of the Weather Radio's warning alarm
Will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. To provide the most consistent warning service possible, the warning alarm will only be activated for warnings in selected watches affecting the listening area.
with a temperature of 39.
Alright, back to the bird. Did I see photos? Oh, God.
Scatter showers and thunderstorms.
Alright. So Tallahassee already went. Please tell me there's actually other content on this. Alright, Peachtree ready? Got GSP ready too? Yep, just in time. Peachtree City's Weekly is coming up next, along with the rest of the Eastern Time Zone. That is, of course, depending on what's left. Alright, any second now we should be seeing... Oh my god, GSP, you didn't even let me finish.
This is the National Weather Service office at Greenville, Spartanburg. Receiving the signal was a test of weather radio station, including Exchange 21's public warning system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special code receivers can be automatically activated to warn of an impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there had been a threat of severe weather, the test would have been postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location.
WCBC 1270 AM, licensed to Cumberland, Maryland, is conducting a test of the Maryland Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. Broadcasters in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities have developed this system to provide the public with important emergency information should the need arise.
62.55 megahertz. The warning alarm will be activated for the following counties in South Carolina: Abbeville, Anderson, Cherokee, Brookingville, Greenwood, Lawrence, Newberry, Oconee, Pickens, Spartanburg, and Union.
This concludes this test of the Maryland Emergency Alert System.
This concludes the New Weather Radio. All hazards to an alert test.
There's Wakefield. Still not a lot of stations left over.
The upcoming highs for Florida will see regarding San Francisco at 1:42 today, the low of 77.4 today, in the low at 1:33 on Thursday, and 97.5 showers and a flat trend
And there is Peachtree City and Northern Indiana.
was a test of the National Weather Service emergency warning system from Atlanta, KBC.
This is a test of the NOAA weather radio warning alarm. During periods of potentially severe weather, special receivers are activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests for these receivers are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of severe weather on Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the first available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working condition. The tone alert will be automatically activated for selected watches and warnings affecting the following counties: in Indiana, Porter, LaPorte, St. Joseph, Elkhart, LaGrange, Smith, Stone, Montana, Kosciuszko, Noble, DeKalb, Woodlake, Allen, Miami, Wabash, Huntington, Wells, Athens, Greer, Montford, Pulaski, and Jay. In Ohio, Williams, Fulton, Defiance, Henry, Paulding, and Van Wert. And in Michigan, Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Brett, and Hillsdale. For more information, see our webpage at www.weather.gov/WX and click on NOAA Weather Radio under local information. We now return to regular programming.
All right, we are left with Louisville, Morristown, Mount Holly, Charleston, Tampa, Grand Forks, and Albany.
Offshore weather is forecast reaching 1,000 fathoms. Wave for today, west to southwest winds 10 to 20 knots. Pennsylvania, seas 3 to 4 feet. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. For tonight, west winds 5 to 7 becoming north to northeast.
I completely forgot about Daily, didn't I?
For Thursday, north to northeast winds 5 to 15 knots. Becoming northeast 5 knots. For Thursday, wind west winds and seas 3 to 4 feet. 1 foot for scattered showers. For southwest winds west winds and seas 3 to 4 feet. For Friday night, southwest winds 15 to 25 knots, west 10 to 15 feet, late to Friday afternoon. For Saturday, west winds 15 to 25 knots, north seas 3 to 7 feet, southeast 1 foot Saturday night, west winds 10 to 20 knots, and west to northwest, north winds 10 to 36 feet.
Let's see, 35346. Yeah, WTON TV's running all those NWS tests.
Is that on the radio?
That's WJON TV. That's WJON's Daz Deck. And there is Mount Holly.
For Thursday, northwest and east 5 knots. Becoming south in the afternoon. Seas 1 to 2 feet. Wind detail. South 1 foot at 3 seconds and east 1 foot at 6 seconds. Becoming 1 foot at 6 seconds. For Thursday night, southwest 5 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Wind detail. Southeast 1 foot at 6 seconds. For Friday, southwest wind 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Wind detail. Southeast 1 foot at 7 seconds. For Friday night, southwest wind 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Wind around 2 feet after noon. Wind detail. South 1 foot at 3 seconds and east 1 foot at 7 seconds. Becoming south 1 foot at 3 seconds and east 1 foot at 6 seconds. For Saturday, southwest wind 10 knots. Seas 2 feet. Saturday night, southwest wind 10 knots.
Taking this moment to set up the next time zone while we're at it.
Sunday, northwest 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 feet. For Sunday, northwest 5 to 10 knots. Seas 1 foot or less. Here is the coastal waters forecast. From Savannah to Altamont, from 20 to 60
Well,
miles.
now it's just Dimitri and I until Drew comes back from Chicago. The central time zone, in other words.
South 2 feet at 4 seconds and east 2 feet at 7 seconds. For tonight, west wind 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 feet. Wind detail, east 2 feet at 7 seconds and down 1 foot at 4 seconds.
What about a light shot?
For Thursday, northwest wind 5 to 10 knots. Seas 2 feet. Wind detail, west 1 foot at 3 seconds and east 1 foot at 7 seconds. For Thursday night, east wind 5 knots.
No, actually, I got a good place to put Albany, New York. Because the Quad Cities decided to test early. Yeah, they decided to test an hour early for some reason. Like what Chicago did a few weeks ago. Yeah, like what Chicago did a few weeks ago. They tested an hour early.
Becoming south 1 foot at 3 seconds and east 1 foot at 7 seconds. For Friday night, southwest wind.
Yeah, it was last week. Well, not last week, it was a couple weeks ago when Chicago tested at 10 and 6 a.m.
For Saturday, southwest wind 10 to 15 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet.
That will remain blank for now.
Southwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Sunday, northwest winds 10 knots.
And then this is where
And for Sunday, east winds 10 knots.
Nashville will go. This is where Omaha will go. Bemidji will stay where it is. I'll decide what to fit in the other ones.
Sunday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Monday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s.
Okay.
Tuesday,
Birmingham.
20% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. These are the 11 a.m. weather reports from around the area. At the Chicago International Airport, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 77 degrees. The dew point was 51. The relative humidity 40%. The wind was at 14 miles an hour.
The pressure was 30.18 inches and falling. Throughout the region, it was sunny at Sylvania Airport. It was sunny with a temperature of 73 at Hilton Water Airport, 77 at Richmond, 78 at Meadville, and 70 at Edmonton. Under sunny skies, St. Simon Island reported 75, Brunswick reported 77, and Lacrosse reported 78. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 76 at Marineport Air Station Buford, 77 at Glendale, 77 at Charleston, and 75 at Jacksonville. And now, here are some regional marine observations. At Sapelo Island, the air temperature was 73. The wind was west at 5 knots. Richard Nearshore Buoy reported southwest winds at 4 knots. The air temperature was 64. Richard Nearshore Buoy reported a wind height of 2 feet with a launch period of 4 seconds. Water temperature was 63. The upcoming tides for Fort Pulaski, Georgia. Low tide at 1:40 p.m. today. High tide at 7:24 p.m. today. Low tide at 1:33 p.m. Thursday. High tide at 7:51 p.m. Thursday. We're listening to your weather radio station KUC 85 in Savannah, the voice of the National Weather Service. The station proudly serves the coastal empire of Georgia, including the Savannah metropolitan area and the South Carolina Lake area. Additional weather information can be found online at weather.gov/CHS. The local time is 11:44 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. These are the 11 a.m. weather reports from around the area.
There are a lot of stations for
It was mostly sunny. The temperature was 77 degrees. The dew point was 51. The relative humidity 40%. The wind was west at 14 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.18 inches and falling. Throughout the region, it was sunny at Sylvania Airport. It was sunny with a temperature of 73 at Hilton Airport, 77 at Richmond, 78 at Meadville, and 79 at Millen. Under sunny skies, St. Simon Island reported 75, Brunswick reported 77, and Lacrosse reported 78. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 76 at Marineport Air Station Buford, 77 at Glendale, 77 at Charleston, and 75 at Jacksonville.
Charleston.
And now, here are some regional marine
Here's some additional observations across the region. Well, as we're waiting here, what else was I? Oh yeah, and I even tried lowering the pitch of... Where is the song? Oh, it's probably still on this train, isn't it? Alright, share it to PC. Surprised by shot 365 co-pilots even in action. Oh no, it's finding every PC that's active. Now nearby sharing is showing literally every PC I have in my group right now. Every single PC. Oh, I almost forgot. It's DC Lucky Week. I almost forgot. This is a tabulated monthly test of the broadcasting cable stations in your area. Equipment that can quickly warn of your emergencies is being tested. If this is about an actual emergency, official message will follow this alert tone. This includes our test of the emergency alert system. It's 11:47. Here's the top of the hour news for you. I was kind of mimicking WTOP's monthly test thing from secondary. It certainly isn't doing too well this time. It seems like you're going to work on the PC that it was designed for. Great, now how am I going to get this song? Oh yeah, I got an idea. Flash drive. Transfer.
West to southwest winds 10 to 20 knots.
Now, bring it to main system.
Scattered showers and
I
thunderstorms.
probably should plug in that.
50 knots. West winds 5 to 15
Oh, that's right. It'll probably find that one anyway, so.
Seas 3 to 4 feet.
Yeah, there we go. It's still off.
Showers and thunderstorms. For Thursday, north and northwest winds 5 to 15 knots. Becoming north
Off the track.
3 to 4 feet. For Thursday night, east winds, west wind 1 knot. Becoming very low. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Scattered
Get
showers.
off the track.
For Friday, south to southwest winds, west wind 1 knot. Becoming southwest.
Done.
Seas 3 to 4 feet. For Friday night, southwest winds.
I've already got most of the central time zone ready to go. We'll move stuff over when we get closer.
For Saturday, west winds 15 to 25 knots. Seas 3 to 6.
The weirdest trip motion that's ever lived. Now, I had some fun with this song last night too. Oh, WBAP. Nice of you. But I'm not going to reset it because of that. This is a coordinated weekly test of the EAS system. This has been an absolutely nuclear official information. This concludes this.
Here is the coastal waters forecast. From Savannah to Altamont, south 120 nautical miles, for today, winds of wind 5 to 10 knots.
That's right, we'll go back on it later.
Seas 2 feet.
Now, yeah, semitone. Watch this. Yes. Although I enjoy it in low pitch, I prefer the normal pitch. Oh, there's Blacksburg. There's Blacksburg. I was just about to get back to that Yu-Gi-Oh song. I was just about to get back to that. And backwards. Wow, everyone really wants to get their chest out. They're just not cool. Marty, damn. All counties are included. Capital Pascal. This has been a test for now return to normal programming. And the normal programming is that Yu-Gi-Oh song that I've been trying to listen to for the past 5 minutes. Yep, that was from earlier. I'm sure it is ready to go.
For Saturday, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Saturday night, southwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Sunday, northwest winds 10 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. sunny. These winds tend to seas 2,000 with a temperature of 40.
Alright, we got
For Fort Pulaski, Georgia, low tide at 1:40 p.m. today. High tide at 7:24.
We're gonna put Tampa right here.
Tide at 1:33 a.m. Thursday. High tide at 7:51 a.m. Thursday. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KOC 85 in Savannah, the voice of the National Weather Service. Your station proudly serves the coastal empire of Georgia, including
So Tampa there.
metropolitan area and the South Carolina Coast.
Charleston.
weather.gov/CHS. The local time is 11.
And I'll put the two.
I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
From around the area at the Savannah International Airport in Washington,
What with you?
Didn't scare you.
the dew point was 51. The relative humidity 40%.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, it's about time for the next. It's about time for the next province. We're gonna do it on.
Wait for the next weekly test.
Yep, next up will be the Central Time Zone. But first, the next Canadian province, which is
Alright.
Nova Scotia. Yep, live radio Halifax. And then on here, not Ottawa. There's Prince Edward Island. Some French language I don't even understand. There's some French I don't understand.
The temperature was 75 degrees at Roosevelt Airport. At 2:46, the relative humidity 74%. Winds were southwest at 8 miles an hour.
my god, Austin, it's not even 11 a.m. yet. You are fast.
The Maryland Weather Enforcement System during hazard response and emergency situations. The tones which were just broadcast were automatically broadcast from receivers to large attending hazards. This test is normally for the equivalent of a weather is the test and may be canceled. To provide the most consistent line of service possible, the electronic counties in Ohio, anyone listening to Missouri, Columbus, Franklin, Jefferson, Lincoln, St. John Valley, wherever are in St. Louis, in Illinois, Dublin, Kearney, in Albany, Crawford, Elgin, receivers total to be automatically reset after the test. This concludes our test for this weekend. We will resume rolling Thank
This is the National Weather Service office in Lubbock, Texas. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Warning Alarm System. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specifically the receivers can be automatically activated by this signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Wednesday. If there is a risk of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available weather day. Exception for the broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings affecting the following counties: in Texas, Daly, Briscoe, Castro, Childers, Cochran, Collins,
during potentially dangerous weather situations, specially equipped receivers have to be activated to warn of the landing hazard. Tests of these receivers, space systems, are normally conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 4 and 7 a.m. During those weather events, the existence of your vessel requires the Wednesday. The test is postponed until the next available weather day. November 1, transmitted over mobile service radio stations in North Central and Northeast in North Central and Northeast Illinois, as well Service Office in Brownsville, Texas. The preceding film was a test of the Weather Radio warning device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and the receivers performed on are conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next available weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the word alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even when you are using a quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings from 5 deep South Texas counties: Cameron, Lucy, County, Cadallo, Brooks, Jimhall, Starr, and Gilberto. Weather Service is conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. In the event of a test being canceled, it will then be rescheduled for the next day between 11 a.m. and noon. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KNG 79, operating 24 hours a day on the frequency of 162.55 megahertz, with transmitting facilities in Davidson County. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service Office located near Nashville. This service is provided in part by the Metropolitan Nashville Office of Emergency Management and the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. This has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially equipped receivers are automatically activated to warn of impending danger. The alarm will be activated for severe weather watches and warnings or civil emergencies affecting the Middle Tennessee counties of Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon, Macon, Maury, Montgomery, Robertson, Rutherford, Smith, Sumner, Trousdale, Williamson, and Wilson. This concludes the test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm Device and Emergency Alert System. We now return you to regular programming. Broadcasting from Signal Mountain, near Chattanooga, Tennessee. During potentially dangerous weather situations, this broadcast will send a signal to activate weather radios in the threatened area. These radios may be activated for other non-weather emergencies as well, such as hazardous chemical spills and other alerts. The Weather Radio Alerting System is tested weekly, with the tests normally conducted between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is an ongoing weather event, the test may be postponed to the next available weather day. The reception of this broadcast can be degraded for one or more of the following reasons. Your radio is located 30 or more miles from the broadcast antenna, or the signal is partially blocked by hills or buildings. If your radio is not reacting to this test, or the voice on the radio is not clear, you can try relocating the radio to another room. You need to ensure your weather radio gets a good signal so it will activate during threatening weather events. In Tennessee, Bledsoe, Bradley, Hamilton, Marion, Benton, Meigs, Monroe, Hope, Ray, Rome, and Sequoia. In Georgia, Augusta, Chattanooga, Dave, Gordon, Murray, Walker, and Whitfield.
So Morristown finally tested. There's still a lot more from the Eastern Time Zone that still have to make theirs up. Charleston being one of them, Albany being another one, and there goes Houston. There's Memphis as well.
If a severe weather threat persists into the following day, the test will be canceled today and return the following Monday, mainly between 11 a.m. and noon. The warning alarm will be sounded on WXT 4900. Only for warnings and selected to watch the frequently following counties in Arkansas, Cleveland, Cross, Lee, Mississippi, and St. Francis. In Mississippi, Benton, Tizano, Marshall, Tate, and Tunica. And in Tennessee, Fayette, Hardeman, Hayward, Rotterdam, Shelby, and Tucson. To learn additional features about your weather radio, including specific area message encoding, visit the new Weather Radio website at weather.gov/NWR. Chance of rain 20%. Tonight, partly. Low standard levels in the low. What? Southeast. In Nebraska, the preceding audio signals and alarm tones were a test of Miller All Hazards Radio public warning alarm system for transmitters across eastern Nebraska and southwest Iowa, as well as neighboring portions of Kansas and Missouri. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending. Tone causes weather radio receivers to be turned on automatically, alerting you to the impending emergency broadcast. Tests of the warning alarm system are conducted each Wednesday at 11:15. The warning system, a series of severe weather examples of During potential dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to advise or warn of impending hazards. Tests of the warning alarm tone are normally conducted by the National Weather Service in Sioux Falls each Wednesday morning between 11 a.m. and noon Central Time. The test will be canceled if severe weather threatens the area during the usual test time. Reception of this broadcast, especially if the alarm tone, will vary at any given location. Variability is caused by such factors as terrain and distance from the transmitters, and will occur even when you may be using a good quality receiver. To provide the most consistent and dependable service possible, the warning alarm tone will be activated only for selected watches and warnings affecting those counties with transmitters listed in the area. This concludes our test. We now return to normal programming. Audio signal counties emergency alarm county government. The warning alarm tone. The radio public warning systems. Summary counties and the warning alarm tone are conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. Harding
Alright. Let's get going here. Alright. Ready for what's left? Alright. We are down to Corpus Christi, Albany, and Charleston, Grand Forks, Louisville, Springfield, Shreveport, and San Angelo, not including Huntsville. Now, you can see it's just not fast enough. I'm going to take a quick look and see. Maybe they're related, I don't know. Probably and there is Shreveport. Alright, it seems like so Charleston did not acknowledge anything about their test being postponed, and I did not see any sign of it on WMLS. So this is quite interesting here, what we got going on. So again, San Angelo, Springfield, Louisville, Grand Forks, Albany, Charleston, and Corpus are some of them that's left. But then, of course, we got Huntsville, North Platte, and Aberdeen coming up. In fact, I'll go ahead and get ready for them now. No, not Hastings. They went right at 11 a.m. like with everybody else. There we go. There we go. Files app on iOS puts me back at the same song I was listening to just 20 minutes ago. Just 20 minutes prior. I was thinking about what we're gonna have Taliban News go against later on. When we get to the end of Monopoly here. But back onto the alert ready stuff. The next province coming up is Ontario. Did I get Nova Scotia's time? I hope I got Nova Scotia's time correct. Because Nova Scotia is supposed to be at 1:55, whatever time zone it is. No, I know. I'm doing Street View. Oh, Nova Scotia is going to be going with Ontario. Wow. I must have set the alert ready stuff up before the time change. Now what about that first province, Newfoundland? That was the first province we were trying to get earlier. We had some terrible luck with that province, so. Oh yeah, they're out. They're like 2.5 hours ahead. So it was 8:15 a.m. when Newfoundland went. So I had missed that one. Ah, damn it. Oh well. Oh well. Now I know for. But while I was busy getting ready for the show, so. Alright, so now we know about Nova Scotia, so now we got that right. In fact, let me fix it. So, Ontario and Nova Scotia. There we go. No, that is not what I wanted. It won't let me upload anyway, so. Good thing I corrected the Canadian provinces before, yeah, before I go playing around with Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. And stream there. So earlier we were talking about how his iPad that he currently has issues regarding the battery. It isn't related to the software that's on there, it's actually the hardware. The battery inside of that iPad that he's had since 2017 is on its last legs. And I've lost the scroll bar. There is supposed to be a scroll bar, so I can scroll between the songs. Oh, there's Springfield.
When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the first good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary from place to place. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. The warning alarm will be activated for watches and warnings affecting the following counties: Christian, Dade, Dallas, Douglas, Greene, Laclede, Lawrence, Hoke, Stone, Tinney, Webster, and Wright. This has been a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning System. We now return to normal programming.
I see that support assist automated scan has already started. But I'm just gonna let it go. Doesn't need to be right there, but that 2280, so it's one of those larger ones. Okay, I thought it wouldn't let me scroll, but okay. Oh, there is Huntsville. There's Huntsville. They went at 24 hours late last week. And other programming. Yeah, back to other programming. Whatever. I didn't even get to enjoy the damn thing for 5 seconds. I only got to enjoy 5 seconds of it, and now here goes North Platte.
WXL 73, WXN 72, WXS 82, WXL 58, WXL 76, KPS 502, KHA 55. Serving western and north central Nebraska, northeast Colorado, and portions of southern South Dakota. During potentially dangerous weather situations across the area, the alarm tower you just heard will be activated and immediately followed by information about the impending hazard. Through a section of the alarm phones and the radio broadcast may vary at times, even though you are using a quality receiver that is in good working order. This test is normally conducted each Wednesday morning around 11:30 a.m. Central Time, but will be canceled for the effect of severe or hazardous weather. This has been the National Weather Service in North Platte. We now return you to our regular programming.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
On classical WFMT. This song was like, thought you were so tough, and then North Platte goes right in the middle of that, right smack dab in the middle. Well, that's what happens on Wednesdays, folks. And perfect timing for my laptop to crash too. And there's the new, very simplified crash screen. It's not blue anymore like it used to be, it's now black. Wow. So black and very simplified. Stop code. And at least it actually gives a hex code too, unlike before, so that's, I guess. And thankfully it hasn't been giving these errors frequently in recent times, so I would say that's a good thing. No, you're not going to recovery. You're not going into the recovery environment. Have a cockatoo day? Oh wow, Mr. Max, you're late. And that is San Angelo.
This is your National Weather Service office in San Angelo, Texas. This is is a test of our NOAA Weather Radio All Hazards Public Warning System. On good weather days, we test the system every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. In the event of threatening weather, we will delay this test until the next good weather day. Our 8 weather transmitters located near Throckmorton, Sweetwater, Abilene, Coleman, San Angelo, San Saba, Junction, and Azona serve our West Central Texas listening area. For the areas these transmitters serve, our broadcast equipment will activate alarm tones and specific area encoder tones for weather watches and warnings, plus some non-weather related emergency messages. Our weather radio broadcasts to the West Central Texas listening area originates from your National Weather Service office in San Angelo, Texas. This concludes our test.
Alright, I'm gonna let the HP laptop handle the rest of it. Alright. Now let's see if I can actually enjoy this Yu-Gi-Oh song for like 10 seconds. Or at least a minute, even better. I guess not. Corpus doesn't want me to. Corpus does not want me raving to Yu-Gi-Oh today. Like I have been for like almost a week. Like I have for almost a week. Again, this is only a test. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. Alright. There's Huntsville relaying now. Now I gotta get the mountain time zone ready. Here. Everything's left. Let me see if we heard from That's Quad Cities. They went an hour early. Alright. Alright, so I'm getting the Mountain and Pacific time zones in here. Alright, so alright, so here is what's left. As of wow, finally Charleston. Finally. Finally.
I think actually that
Stopped.
The preceding signal was a test of the New Weather Radio all-hazard station KEC 85 public warning system. This test is conducted between 11 a.m. and noon each Wednesday. If there is a risk of severe weather, the test will be postponed to the next good weather day. Reception of this broadcast and the alarm tone will vary at any given location. This alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following counties: Beaufort, Bryan, Bullock, Chatham, Effingham, Jasper, Liberty, and Scranton. This concludes the weekly test of the New Weather Radio all-hazard station KEC 85 by the National Weather Service Office in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, I almost forgot Microsoft pushed out an emergency update for Windows 10 related to the ESU program. But I was able to enroll without any problems, so I don't know why it wants me to restart, but okay. What does it want me to restart for? Let me take go to oh, here we go. Security updates. Yeah, cumulative update. Yeah, I think that security update is related to the ESU program. It's not letting me look at details. Let's look at the catalog and see what that's about. So while Charleston may have went over an hour late, we're good. X64, X86, it's the same thing. More information. Here we go. This pulls up the help article for it, and there's Aberdeen.
Fog was reported, reducing the visibility to 3/4 of a mile. The temperature was 46 degrees.
Yeah, that's an update containing fixes for the ESU program, mainly related to enrollments.
6 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.17 and steady.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Aberdeen, South Dakota with the weekly NOAA weather radio test. The warning alarm tone and the emergency alert system have just been activated. These tones will precede the broadcast of emergency messages. This is a test of NOAA weather radio's warning alarm system. During severe weather situations, receivers fill with the tone or emergency alert features will be automatically activated for watches and warnings affecting your area. This concludes the live test from the National Weather Service Office in Aberdeen, South Dakota.
Of 42 in Covington, 42 in Indianapolis.
So yeah, the emergency update that Microsoft pushed out for the ESU program is only for Windows 10. It's not for 11. And I'm going to go ahead and move Bemidji over here.
Tonight, cloudy. Rain and
Okay. So in the next 10 minutes, we will have the next two provinces of the Alert Ready Canada tests, which are, of course, Ontario and Nova Scotia. Now that I looked at the timetable and converted it to my time zone properly, I must have set up Alert Ready even before we flipped the clocks back an hour. So yeah, that kind of messed that up, and I didn't know of it until the last second. So yeah, it was my fault that we missed Newfoundland earlier, but it's fine. But you know what? It's fine. It's not like it's going to be something we're going to be doing a majority of the time in the future anyway. So, all right. So we're going to go ahead and reset this again. Wait. Okay. Good. Yeah, I must have reset the station before I saved the file. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now the file is correct. Now it's correct. That is good. All right, so the central time zone went perfectly. Every station tested like they should. However, this time there are only there are only 3 offices left at this moment, which are Louisville, Grand Forks, and Albany. Neither of which have tested as of yet. Now, Louisville did not test yesterday because of the severe weather that was going on in Paducah last night.
Yeah.
And they did announce a cancellation. They did cancel the Tuesday evening test, but they didn't do it on a Wednesday yet. But who knows? I'm gonna keep them in there in case they test this evening. Just in case they delayed it by a day. It's for the better.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's Dimitri going. Yeah, it's Dimitri going back on the test. Not any new ones on my part. Speaking of which, let's get ready for the Mountain Time Zone now while we have some time left before the next Canada test here. And of course, we got to pull up multiple things. So Comcast, we'll deal with you. We'll deal with you in a second. So Minnesota, that Milwaukee station actually went down last week.
A 41 to...
And it's actually back up and running. I'm happy to hear that. Alright, but we're still going to do what we have been doing. So Janesville, we'll do Janesville because the message is obviously the same. Topeka, and then Oklahoma City. Oh, now it's time for the HP to charge again. Now it's time for the HP to charge again. Very well. Yeah, the Energy Saver text hasn't been changed much on it after going to 25H2. But. All right, now for here. So, Wyoming, and then Denver, Colorado. Greeley, Colorado, and because remember we flipped the clocks back, so that means since Arizona doesn't observe daylight savings anymore, they now go with the Mountain Time Zone. So Utah, Richland, does Scottsbluff even work?
54.
Oh, it does. Neat. All right, so we'll do Scottsbluff on here, and then I will put Phoenix in the corner. The HP laptop will still go through all the other ones. Why is Detroit playing? And then we put Phoenix there, so then we're just going to put Flagstaff right here. Unless they went early again. Because they went early last week. So I don't see SLF, so it looks like they did not go yet. But I believe they will when we get to the actual start of the time zone. Let me bring my phone from the back of the laptop and prop this fan thing back up. That thankfully still works. After all the hardship it's been through. Yeah, after all the hardship that fan has been through. Now let me do bit of a recap here of what we were messing around with before the beginning of the Central Time Zone, which was lowering the pitch of the second song that was used on the Harlem video, which lasted from I-55 all the way to Palos Park. And not only that, this was the very song I had been playing over and over and over again when my obsession with Yu-Gi-Oh! Began last week. And this is the same song in low pitch. No, start that whole section again. Okay, it's enough. Just wanted to do a little bit of a sample. Oh, it's Shasta. Today's Shasta.
What the hell?
By Shasta. Let's see what this Cockatoo Day thing is about. And he was a little late in getting his daily video up this morning. And you see Lightning Bolt got Chicago's weekly. So I just saw the notification. Oh, there's the Wacky History of Kids WB, which briefly mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh! And I still have the archive. I have the archive listing of the entire soundtrack.
What's this? What's this?
Alright. We'll do Nova Scotia on the iPhone. Of course, they must be on a commercial break, aren't they? I should probably not play that any more than that, so. Well, there's a good reason for it, so. I don't know. I could play it during the commercial break at 25 words or less, but maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, then we gotta change it to Ontario. Well, actually, it doesn't matter what province we do, because Toronto is part of Ontario, so we're gonna do so we're doing CBC Radio Toronto, and we're doing CBC Radio Halifax for this one. Halifax, Nova Scotia. We can't back up your system files. Once you free up some hard drive space, we'll back them up again for you. Well, isn't that obvious? That's because of Clipchamp's massive cache from all those Ticket to Ride episodes I've been rendering, or editing. And I'm going to be solving this problem very soon. Very, very soon, in fact. But just reinstalling Clipchamp will solve the problem, and eventually once it detects the space will get gets really low, it'll just clear up the cache, so. That's what I probably should do later on. reinstall Clipchamp and clear its cache before I'll get rid of this since we're not going to need it right now. Mateo Roach. I remember that. There's Ontario.
Oh no!
And there's Nova Scotia.
That's in Canada. I choose to hear that. Could be seriously. No way! I just got to Canada!
You would now hear instructions.
There's no way!
All right, we still got 2 more things to get going here before the Mountain Time Zone even begins. No, not Safari.
I can't believe I got a custom.
On WJON TV. Damn, John, why did you remove John TV from my ability to be monitored? But it doesn't matter, I don't monitor it anyway. Would have been nice though, but oh well. Okay, Julie's Java House for the siren test. And then on here, let's get rid of the secondary. And then Fox, New York for 25 words or less. Okay. And now, last but not least, start them all. Start them all. Start them all. Lander doesn't work. What kind of baloney is that? Oklahoma City, that, and finally,
And the relative humidity was 85%. Crossing was cloudy with calm. Its 38 pressure was 34. It was partly sunny.
Green Bay.
It was cloudy. The temperature was 43 degrees. The temperature was cloudy. The relative humidity 42. 6%. In Chicago was cloudy with 65 and 44. It was cloudy. 40. With a temperature of 40.
Still pronounced French properly. That's all the time we got. So here we go. WWG90 in Shanesville.
conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday around noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed until the next good weather day. The warning alarm transmitted over this and other radio stations in southern Wisconsin will normally be activated for watches and warnings that affect the following Wisconsin counties: Richland, Vernon, Adams, Juneau, Marquette, Wausau, Winnebago, Calumet, Manitowoc, Sauk, Columbia, Green Lake, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Dodge, Washington, Ozaukee, Iowa, Vail, Jefferson, Waukesha, Milwaukee, Lafayette, Greene, Rock, Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha. In the following Illinois counties: Stevenson, Boone, Winnebago, McHenry, and Lake. And all adjacent coastal waters of Lake Michigan. This warning alarm will be activated for select watch. Warning to already severe weather. We now indicate around 7 p.m. If there's severe weather or the threat of perhaps from the transmitter, call your receiver to perfect working order. During severe weather, the warning alarm will be activated for severe thunderstorm and tornado watches, and for severe thunderstorm, tornado, and forest flood warnings. The warning alarm will also be used for civil emergency messages. The test of the warning alarm feature of the National Weather Service radio is conducted at 12 noon and 7 p.m. this Wednesday, unless there is a significant risk of severe weather in the area. Enforced every Wednesday between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. Severe weather threats the area is available on test time. The test will be postponed and first available every day. And especially the warning alarm concerning any given location. This is noticeably greater distances from the transmitter. The quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for only selected emergency warnings affecting counties in north portions of eastern North Dakota, as well as northwest and west central Minnesota. Once again, the National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm now. We will now return to regular programming. WFX K91.
Thank you.
And there's the only Riverton transmitter we have. Why are we on Beckley, West Virginia? I missed a lot of lessons because of that, so that's going to be part of the catch-up process later. Alright. So now that the update's been installed, I'll go ahead and turn this guy off. I'm going to leave the rest of it alone, and then I will finish playing catch up with all of this when I finish my Alright, now we'll go get some lunch. I shall return. Screwed up the bonus round. Yeah. It's still part of the word. But I think a better tool for that, yeah, I know for sure. I personally would have said 4 times 4. That definitely would have been it. But oh well. It didn't. What the fuck? There, that's better. Well, anyway, they didn't get the money today, but they'll be back tomorrow to try again. Oh, we're back. We're back, apparently. Yep, we're back to play again tomorrow. What did they win? What did they win? Ah, Dominican Republic. All right. Lander's been refreshing forever. Okay. Now to connect over to the PC and play catch up here.
This was a test of the NOAA weather radio warning device. Following the alarm tone, your receiver should have turned on automatically. The alarm tone just transmitted should have been heard on any operating receiver. The alarm tone will be used to alert you in times of threatening weather. Then will be followed by a watch, warning, or emergency message. This test will be conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, except when hazardous weather threatens. The test will then be postponed until the first fair weather day. Once again, this has been a test of the NOAA weather radio warning device. We now return to normal programming.
All right, just got everything that I had missed, so just went back on those. Look at all these stations we still have yet to test. And that is a lot of them.
The mountains will feel like some moderate snowfall. The lower foothills will see a mixture of rain and snow with the higher foothills feeling like snow amounts. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation will not be needed. The 11 a.m. observations around northeast Colorado. Denver International Airport was fair. The temperature was 59 degrees, the dew point 23. The relative humidity 25%. The wind was southwest at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.09 inches and falling.
And I think that flood watch is why they're not testing.
23%. The wind was south at 3. Aurora was 61 degrees. Centennial Fair. The temperature was 59. The wind was west at 10. Greenville reported mostly sunny and 61. The wind was southeast at 9. Boulder Fair. The temperature was 63. The wind was southwest at 14. Gusting to 20. Fort Collins Loveland Airport. Fair 57 degrees. The wind was south at 8 miles an hour. At Greeley. Temperature was 57 degrees. Dew point 31. Wind was calm. Elsewhere in Colorado, Monument Hill Fair on 54. Colorado Springs Fair on 57. Ackland Fair on 55. The wind was west at 7.
Yep, today's test has been canceled. All right. So no Phoenix test.
7 miles an hour.
Now what about Flagstaff on the other hand?
Some other observations. Cheyenne Fair on 55. The wind was northwest at 14, gusting to 22. North Platte cloudy and 45. Midland Fair on 49. Again, Denver International Airport was 59.
And there's our answer.
The winds were southwest at 8 miles an hour. Here is the forecast for Boulder and the western Denver suburbs. Today, partly cloudy. Highs in the lower to
And there's our answer right here
tonight, mostly cloudy.
as to why Flagstaff does not want to test.
Mostly cloudy.
Now what about Boulder on the other hand?
Highs in the lower 50s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, rain light.
So I guess everyone else might be late, so. Okay.
Chance of rain 70%. Here is the forecast for Denver. Today, partly cloudy. Highs in the mid-60s. Tonight, partly cloudy in the evening.
We're going to keep everything else going.
Lows in the 30s. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 50s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, rain likely. Lows
Wow, Reno, you are fast.
70%. Here is the
A lot of stations really want to test early, don't they? Alright then, Sacramento's going in its place. And the rest of the Mountain Time Zone will remain where it is. So I'm going to assume that Flagstaff will not make their test up either. However, I could be wrong. Alright, let's see what we can play around with on here. Yeah, this one. make sure that the desktop audio is completely muted before I go on. Well, actually, we have some other catch-up we gotta do first. We gotta catch the compilation up, too, so... Yeah, I think we can get to that while the... Finally, Louisville! I had just stopped monitoring you! I had just stopped monitoring you, Louisville. It's about time. So we're left with just Albany then. So it seems like waiting paid off. No, not that one. This one. I've been having a lot of fun playing this song back on Audacity. Yeah, this one. Yeah. It's that part. That part. How about we crank it up? Uh-oh. I guess it didn't like that, didn't it? Now my cursor's complete. Oh, there we go. Okay, not that loud. Oh gosh. Alright, now we're just waiting for Albany here. And we're getting the rest of this ready here. Twin Cities, Calgary, and Edmonton. And there's Grand Junction, finally.
Here is the forecast for Boulder and the western Denver suburbs. Today, partly cloudy. Highs in the lower to mid-60s. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Lows in
Oh, I just realized there was something I never went back on. Oh well, I'll take care of it. We'll take care of it when the Pacific Zone starts. We now return to our regular broadcast cycle.
weather outlook for northeast and north central Colorado. For today, weather is expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Thursday.
Now start this amazing music! Okay,
when we
that's
look at
enough.
the history of enslavement for a lot
Because it's just about time for Quebec's alert ready test now. I've got Nunavut ready. I've got the Pacific Zone ready to go as well.
like stories and and so that's my sense of place and how I want to focus.
And there it is. There's Quebec. And then it repeats the message in French. French. It's like if I understand that language to begin with. And maybe we'll mess around with this song a bit more later. Okay. We'll see what we can do without it then. Oh gosh. I wonder what it's gonna be like when we clash the two together. And also, as I said, I got Nunavut ready to go. I'm still editing the Eastern Seaboard. Use caution if you must drive. Alright, now I know... Where was the video of... Did I even share it over? Okay, I did, but I haven't reached that. Alright, good, I did, but I haven't reached it yet.
Here is the forecast for Boulder and the western Denver suburbs. Today, partly cloudy. Highs in the lower to mid 60s. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Rain in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 60s. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday night, rain likely. Early chance of rain 70%. Here is the forecast for Denver.
Okay.
Partly cloudy.
Time for the Pacific.
Mid-60s. Tonight.
Wait, that's not what I wanted.
Evening. Then
No.
becoming mostly cloudy. Mostly cloudy. Chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 50s. Thursday night.
Since this is the last of the main time zones, I've got a better song than that. Alright, here we go, Pacific. And there goes Sacramento, right on the dot.
storms coming up on Northwood today. We'll get an update on the work to build the ice crossings over the Cale and the Mackenzie. And we'll hear about some dingy language lessons coming up shortly here in Evening. All this and more coming up on Northwood.
Games now one of the FBI's most wanted fugitives. As authorities are after offering $50 million for information needed for the arrest of Ryan Wedding. Cleveland police say they also arrested several people involved in Wedding's alleged drug profile and Nicholson reports. U.S. Attorney General Ken Bondi announced all charges against the former Olympic snowboarder. Witness tampering and intimidation, murder, money laundering, and drug trafficking. Ryan Wedding, alleged drug kingpin, accused of murdering a federal witness set to testify in a case against him. U.S. authorities also increased the reward for information leading to Wedding's arrest from $10 to $50 million. FBI Director Kash Patel.
Make no mistake about it. Ryan Wedding is a modern-day iteration of Pablo Escobar.
7 Canadians were arrested Tuesday.
There's LA.
Santa Barbara, and Los Angeles counties have produced coastal waters
This time I had the wrong province on. I had the wrong province. That's alright. Alright, back to editing this thing. And there's San Francisco.
Each Wednesday between the hours of 11 a.m. and 12 noon. If any warnings or watches are in effect, or threatening weather is possible, the test will be postponed until the first day of the weather. Weather radio's warning alarm has been tested in the weather radio. System folder. Warning system alerts will only potentially select dangerous weather segments. The following color will be activated to warn of the intended change. California testers warnings. Alarm is normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and Western. However, severe weather threatens the area near the test time. The test will be postponed until the next available weather day. The reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm may vary at any given location. The weather will normally be more noticeable at greater distances from the equipment, even though you're using a high-quality receiver. The warning alarm tone will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for all north central and northeast Colorado.
The emergency alert system for internet radio station ERN CRTV. CRTV conducts a test every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, with an optional second test at random times throughout the week. This concludes this required weekly test of the emergency alert system.
That's all I'm going to accept for the time being. So, Denver finally did their test. So it's just Albany that did not do it. Okay, so I just looked, and guess what Albany did? They tested an hour early again. So they did test, nobody monitored them, they went an hour early. They went at 9 a.m. So other than Phoenix, I'm happy to report that everything so far has gone perfectly. Although I did miss Albany, but I just wasn't ready for it. And oh well. So, We're still waiting on Salt Lake City. We haven't heard from them yet either. And we're going to set the day one up. So now we know that everybody went. Damn it, I never went back on KCSI. Oh well. Alright, I'm going to spend this time now getting the severe weather stuff ready for tonight. Alright. So, we've got the evening stuff ready to go for tonight. And we will go back on the Comcast when the next station goes. Or you know what? We can go back on it while we're editing the video right now, so. Let's see, which part of this one should we try? Oh my gosh, I love the outcome of that. Put this Yu-Gi-Oh song and mixing it into Tom and Ben news. That sounds lovely. That sounds very lovely. That's San Diego, probably. And yes, it is. Has issued a required weekly test for the following areas in extreme southwestern California: Orange County, Riverside County, San Diego County, and the coastal water border and out 30 nautical miles, including San Clemente Island. A test signal was broadcast to test the public warning system. The test is normally conducted when a new permitting. The signal was also used to test the activation and emergency readiness of the Skywarn network of radio operators. Alright, let's see. I see that Lake County, California happened to do their monthly test. Let's do another section of this song that I think Tom and Ben will enjoy. Let's see what else we can try with this thing. Because I'm liking this already. Empty recycle. No, I don't want to empty the recycle bin. Update ready. You're probably going to want to update anyway, but just warning you. No thank you. Not right now. Then there's one of the other major edits I gotta do. Alright. So this is
a test.
That's Shreveport.
Test. It was a test of now. We now return to normal.
And this is San Angelo. And then the almighty Corpus. And that's Aberdeen.
Authorities up.
That's Shasta's Monthly.
Et point en alerte.ca. Famille. Test.
Yeah, I'm going back on all this, putting these in here while we can. Alright, and then this is the Mountain Time Zone. This is the start of it. So now it's just Salt Lake City that we're waiting to hear from. So now for this.
This was a test. Test will phone until. This has been a test of the NOAA weather radio warning device. We now return to normal programming. Including sunny side. Signal was a test before. Seeding signal was a test of the area. Radio was a test of the emergency. In the load and warning alarm like it had. Warning alarm test. We now return to regular weather programming. Following county. The preceding signal. This is Bighorn and Washington County by WNC 568. Carbon County of Montana by WNC 563. Mark County of Montana by WNC 686.
So that's why John TV was live. So it did take, so John TV took Nunavut. So it was just that I was in the wrong province. I had the wrong station, I had the wrong province going. Because Northwest Territories doesn't come till later. And I was supposed to have Nunavut on. I saw NT and I thought, oh, this must be Nunavut, but no. But
Gorillas in Missoula. This is counties. Other radio programming. Into a regular program.
All right, and then that's Louisville. And then here is Grand Junction. And then this is Quebec.
Test. Accessé.ca.
And WGPA, which I tried to play multiple times. This actually comes before that. And there's Hanford.
This is a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning tone alarm and is being run in conjunction with the routine weekly test of the emergency alert system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated to warn of the impending hazards. Tests of these receivers normally are conducted by the National Weather Service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, these tests will be postponed until another day. Again, this has only been a test of the National Weather Service's radio warning alarm tone.
The alert system.
All right. And the other two. Okay, now we can pull up Medford.
What was you? The Capital One Bank guy. That's what they call me. Mind if I get a selfie? Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Alright, I will leave Roseburg running. Now, meanwhile, I would like to see why Salt Lake City is not testing. Because they were supposed to test an hour ago, and they have not. So I want to see what is up with them. But in either case, I'm going to let WJON handle that one. Okay, no information. But like I said, we're going to keep them going. This is their heat page. This is Phoenix's heat page. Local climate information available. Well, there you go. There's your information there. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that's great. All right, we're still waiting for Medford. So far, it's been a perfect run. Now we're just down to Salt Lake City as the only office who has not tested as of yet. Alright. Well, why don't we take a moment and look around. B Brothers. It's a breakfast place. Looks like that's as far as it'll let us go into the pool area there. Valley View Enrichment Foundation. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna leave Roseburg running, but I'm gonna go ahead and just cut off Salt Lake City there. So, other than Salt Lake City, everybody else did do their tests, so that's great. So Albany and Quad Cities tested an hour early, which I'm very surprised. So if Salt Lake City can get their test in before it's too late, then great. That's awesome. That's a very small university building. Huh, IMAX. August of 2018. All those Windows PCs. Guess they were one of the last organizations to move on from Windows 7. Oh yeah, and then there's last week's stuff. Yeah, after last week's random character extravaganza. We were all laughing and the audience was awing after I typed it in. Oh my gosh. Alright. With this being the case with Roseburg. Well, anyway, before I continue any further here, I'm sure there's a lot of folks who may just now be joining us. I'm gonna let the HP finish charging, so that way then it has enough power for tonight. And I never went back on KCSI, didn't I? You know what? I'll do it while Roseburg is going when it does.
And variable winds. South wind 5 to...
Alright, you know what? I got a better idea. Let's go back on it now. Alright, now back to Roseburg.
Mid-30s to lower 40s in the valleys and in the lower 20s to lower.
Alright, that was the last one. Alright, before we go on with whatever we were doing earlier, I'm sure you all would like to, well, actually, I was about to say the wrong line. Well, for those of you who may just now be joining us, well, we're glad to have you here with us on this Wednesday. So, here's what you missed so far. So, earlier on in the week, every Verizon ended up getting their test in, which is great. And this week, Alert Ready Canada is joining the US NWS weekly tests for this week's spectacle. With this week's spectacle, so far I have missed 2 of the provinces. One, the first being Newfoundland, because I was half an hour late, as confirmed by the timetable. Second, Nunavut, because I had the wrong station on. I had the wrong province going. I had the wrong province going. But now we are almost at the end. In terms of NWS weeklies, Albany decided to test an hour early, and Quad Cities did the same. They went right at the beginning of the Eastern Seaboard, which is odd, personally. Very, very odd. But at least they got it in, which is good. So, at least they got it in, which is great. And then, so yeah, at least they got it in. However, there were a few that actually have tested late. Grand Forks tested right at noon. Tampa Bay tested right at noon. Charleston, South Carolina tested at 12:43 p.m. Eastern Time. Louisville tested at like 1:45 p.m. Eastern. I already mentioned Albany. Denver went just a bit after 12 noon Mountain Time. The only other office other than Roseburg that's left is Salt Lake City. I did not see any message about a postponement from them or anything, but I'm gonna keep them going, and we're still waiting to hear whether they're actually going to try to do it or not. But meanwhile, in about 15 or so, well, actually about 5 minutes here, will be Las Vegas. And then we will have the next set of Canadian provinces, Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And then there are a few more provinces left and then after this, there's a few more provinces left. Alberta, Northwest Territories, and then, or is it just... and Yukon. Well, I must have had the times mixed up, but it's supposed to be Alberta and Northwest Territories, and then British Columbia at the end. So let me look at Yukon, Canada. They're an hour behind, so... so it will be Alberta. So it will be Alberta. So it will be Alberta, Northwest Territories, and Yukon testing in the next hour. And then British Columbia is the last province. So we only missed 2, so that's still not too bad. And then in terms, well, 2 so far. And then in terms of games, of course, we're going to do Wheel of Fortune Deluxe in the next 15 minutes. Then, of course, that will be followed by Hyperbole and then today's game of Monopoly. And then after those games, that will take us to the end of part. And then, of course, we'll mess around with Tom and Ben. And then that will take us to the end of part 1. And then part 2 will start right after I come back from my evening class, where if there is enough time, I'll take care of the floor with my parents together. And then, of course, we'll see what else we can do. Maybe do another one of those eBay scavenger hunts. I did do a sneak preview of the eBay scavenger hunt that I briefly went on last night. Well, that must be an update on the shelter-in-place order. Okay, the shelter-in-place order has been canceled. So the shelter-in-place order has been lifted. So that's good. The order has been canceled. Let's see how BJM does this.
The civil authorities have issued a shelter-in-place warning for AMN beginning at 1:46 p.m. and ending at 2:46 p.m. The Moorhead Police Department has canceled the shelter-in-place. No danger to the public.
So that's good that it's been canceled. All right. And then, of course, other features tonight is going to be Deal or No Deal. However, this week it is going to be just Brandon because Yalek the Lenbine told me that he was not going to be available last night while we were off the air. So, I mean during our off day for live streams, during that off day, yeah, we were talking about last night after putting all those Ticket to Ride episodes and the announcement video together. That's when the Lenbine told me that he's not going to be available tonight for Deal or No Deal. So if Brandon's available, then that's going to be the only person who will play tonight. If he's not available, then no Deal or No Deal episode this week. So it all depends on if Brandon is available to play or not. That will depend on whether we do deal or no deal. Whether or not that happens, we go straight to Yahtzee as usual, and then after that, we'll do that eBay. We'll do that eBay scavenger hunt. I believe I looked at the listings and I saw a Cowgirl Parade was going to come on tonight. After we're done, once we are done here this evening. All right, time for Las Vegas. And again, I did do a sneak preview, and I also talked about, I talked about how the rest of the year is going to play out, especially next week. So I said that, but I'm going to briefly, without, going into advanced detail again, because I know there's something I really want to get to. So I'm going to make this whole thing short and simple, and just give you the highlights. So, Roblox will be returning to its normal time slot Tuesday, December 2nd at 4 p.m. and will continue to do so for the entire month. It will then be January where we will have to make some significant changes to our schedule. In fact, this time around, the changes are going to be quite significant. I will explain those changes, when the time comes. As for other things, it's returning to Tuesday following the conclusion of the OS Fundamentals class. Cloud Security, on the other hand, tonight. This is actually the second to last lecture for that course, because the actual final day will be December 3rd for presentations of something. And then that will be the last time that we get interrupted for something for a good while. And then again, the weekly test shows will then go on uninterrupted. For pretty much will pretty much go on uninterrupted. There we go. We'll go on uninterrupted for the entire month of December. But I'm also happy to announce that next week, the 26th, that is going to be the case. The weekly test show will go on uninterrupted next week, the 26th, because my college is going to close early for Thanksgiving. So, of course, next week we'll do our weekly test show as usual, then we'll have the day off for Thanksgiving, and then, of course, we'll come back and then, of course, we'll do our Friday show as usual, and then we'll go from there. Whatever else the schedule has in mind. Yeah, whatever else the schedule has in mind. And then I also said about an upcoming little staycation outside of our studio here. So, of course, after I take the final 30 episodes of Ticket to Ride tomorrow. Oh, that's another area of Montana. All right. Now let's see if I remember what that call sign even is. No. Let's see if I remember which one it is. I still have an old video from a while back because there was actually a station that I did a while back. It was in, 2021? It was fall 2021. I remember that. Let's see if I still have it. Or I might have cleared it. No, this is September. I remember it was November. Or was it the spring? Forget it. Forget it. Alright, so, because we only have less than a minute left before the next province goes. So let's change it to the correct province. We're going to do Saskatchewan. And then on here we will do Winnipeg, Manitoba. Where is the... Alright, where is the player? I am not seeing a player anywhere on the screen. Here, let me try this again. Let's do this again here. Manitoba. There we go. Got that to open. Now let me... God damn it. No, I don't mean go down. Alright, and then Saskatoon. Okay, let's just change it. It's not working. Come on. Saskatoon. Here, let me try reloading the entire browser here. There we go, got it. Just in the nick of time. And there goes Manitoba. And there's Saskatoon. Or Saskatchewan, I should say. Okay. Seattle is coming up next, but before I send over Manitoba and Saskatchewan, KHB 60. Alright. So yeah, I talked about the plan for the week ahead. So of course next week I'll start working on I'll focus on final assignments for the college fall semester, or at least what I can do. And then after that's finished, then I'll start production on Yahtzee. I'm hoping to start production on it as early as December 5th. And then I'm going to try to speed through the production of it as much as possible, because I want to get 125 episodes recorded by December 12th. Because it'll be that Saturday where I get sent on my way. Where I get sent over to my grandparents for a week and a half to, spend time there. And I'll talk about changes, in our programming during that time too. And then of course I'll be there before Christmas, and then head back home after the Christmas festivities are over. And then I will commence the hardware upgrades. We'll do the New Year's Spectacular, and then we'll get ready to commence the spring taping cycle soon after. So we've still got some ways to go here before, we move on with any other shows or anything like that. So now, oh, is this an update on that water main break? Oh yeah, it is. Boil order has been lifted. And I see WGLS decided to test again, although they already did this week. I don't know why, but they do. Alright, one more to go back on before I reset the station. And I just saw New Hampshire come up as well. So we're going to get New Hampshire, and then I'll reset the station. Oh my gosh. I really do not want to accidentally play these, what we're about to do next here. So I'm going to close them. Oh, perfect. Just what I wanted. Okay. Resetting the station now. Alright, good. The secondary is still active. Okay. So that is that. We're all caught up with everything. Now let me go ahead and load up VMware. And of course we're going to start with... We are, of course, I was about to send this over, but anyway, we are going to, of course, start with Wheel of Fortune here. So I'm waiting for my HP laptop to finish charging, because I'll take it along with for the ride for class tonight. Okay, I think it finished. So, yep. So there we are. 2 more clusters to go. And yeah, I forgot to plug the drive in, but also that's part of the update too. I'm gonna put the discs on that 1 terabyte drive, so that way then I won't have to plug in my external drive again. So, with that all set and done, now to let you all enjoy this. Alright, I just saw WXCY go, but I'm gonna go and take care of that in just a moment. But I realized we never went back on the Amtrak trains. So let's take a moment and do that. Okay, started with Galesburg. 11:24. Now to Columbus, Wisconsin. Another IPOS test? Well, we're going to do that as well. 1409 was when builder number 8 showed up. Or left, rather. Nothing to see at the back. I just need to rewind to a few minutes before because the Borealis showed up right then and there. Yep, same consist as previously. Alright, so we are going to finish this game. We'll finish this up, and then we will play catch up with we'll get the other two products. I'll piece the rest of that compilation together, and then we'll move on to Hyperbowl. Alright, now as promised, let's go take care of these two. We will move on to Hyperbowl soon after. So here we go, XCY up first.
This is a required weekly test for the emergency alert system for Cass County, Michigan. This is only a test.
Alright, that's the last one. Now let's go and load up Windows 7 so we can move on to the next game. on our list here. But let's also take this time and get these trimmed down while we're at it. Here's when I showed GLS in text only. And that was the second time we tried Roseburg.
This is a quarter.
Then 3WV doing an unnecessary manual test, even though they did their automated. Then this is Manitoba. And then this is Saskatchewan.
.ca.
Emergency alert system.
And then Seattle's weekly. The lifting of the boil water order. The New Hampshire practice demo. Then Cass County, Michigan. And there we go. All right. That's all in there and done. And before I proceed, let me switch the disc out with Deal or No Deal. Okay, I guess it doesn't update until I tell it to. All right. So there I got swapped out the disc with Deal or No Deal when we play that later tonight. Now, on we go with Hyperbole.
You know, there's a little bit of a concern as for work. There's that March. Those one.
All right. Well, that is it for Hyperbole then. So I'm going to turn this virtual machine off. And let me make sure that that's Monopoly. That's going to go into the Vista VM once we are ready to continue here. All right, we have about 10 more minutes until the next Canadian province tests. Well, actually, there is not going to be one province. There are actually going to be 3 of them. Alberta, Northwest Territories, and Yukon. So I'm making sure CBC radio is up and ready on all of those devices. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, when I did the Time to Duel song earlier. It's time to duel and then they actually duel. That's great. Ah, that's wonderful. That is just wonderful. Oh, that's great. Now, let's see if BTVFM will test. Wonder if we can pick it up on here. Nope.
And activity-wise,
That sounds like a very terrible reception. Oh, here's that Roblox lawsuit commercial.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw more about that guy, the all that. Brand, verify your name. About that.
All right. Will they do it or not? Let's find out. That's for the iHeart test on Friday. So, all right, let's go ahead and undo MeTVFM coming off. So I'm gonna put that back where it goes. All right, 5 more minutes until the next Canadian province here. So, as I have already said, we are going to get to Monopoly here in about 10 minutes, and of course we will play that for about an hour and 45 minutes rather than 2 hours. Of course, well, still it would be 2 hours because then I usually save the final 15 minutes before the conclusion of the part. Of course, obviously for, to play around with stuff on Tom and Ben. Whether it's that Yu-Gi-Oh soundtrack I've been listening to a lot since Friday, or something from our previous random character episode, or the greatest technician that's ever lived. Yeah. Those kinds of things. But nonetheless. And during the game, I was thinking, I think Salt Lake City and Medford have failed. So, while Albany did test, I want to see just because, and I did find out too, if Phoenix doesn't test, then they won't test at all. But I remember hearing Flagstaff say that they would usually delay their test until another day. So I want to see if that's the case. So, I'll throw these in tomorrow. So, Medford. And Flagstaff. That's for tomorrow. And how much time left do we have until the next province? So that's about, actually less than a few minutes. So, alright. So now it's time to decide which provinces we want to do. So, on the iPad, one of the iPads will do Yukon. The iPhone will do Alberta. And Northwest Territories, that's NT. Yeah, I can't remember, but I believe CBC Radio changed their design lately, so... Well, very recently, so. But, I do see the abbreviations on the map, but it was just my mind confusing me between Northwest Territories and Nunavut. That's what led to, missing. So far missed only 2 provinces, so that is actually pretty good progress, for Canada. There you go, we're getting closer, but I just want to make sure everything starts. Yep, we got 1.
Who was like the storyteller figure.
We got 2. And the iPhone has been a challenge. There we go. We got all 3 provinces going now. But, of course, then there is one more province after, and of course there's one more province in the next hour, and that is British Columbia. After that province, that's it. That's the end of it. That is the end of the story, and that will be the end of Canada. That will be the end of the annual, or biannual, Canada Alert Ready test, because they don't do this. They don't do these every month like majority of areas in the United States do. They only do these twice a year. Which is something. Alright, so there we go. Just hit 255. So which one of the three will go first?
have migrated across the U.S. who didn't stay rooted in the South. The sense of place is fleeting and often takes more root in like stories of people, and so that is like a lot of my sense of place and of home. And so that is.
I want to close on a note that's somewhat forward-looking, because at the end of the
There's Alberta. Northwest Territories.
This is a scheduled test of the
And there's Yukon.
emergency alert system. There is no emergency. This test alert is in effect for Alberta. This is only a test. If this was a real emergency, this alert would describe the threat, the location of the threat, and instructions on how to protect yourself and your loved ones. These tests serve a reminder for all of us to prepare when the risk is low, so we are ready to respond when a disaster or emergency occurs. The test is now complete.
Be okay, both in like
That was Alberta. Now this is Northwest Territories. So it seems like CBC Yellowknife relays both Alberta and and Northwest Territories.
Northwest Territories, this is a test of NWT Alert Ready, the Northwest Territories public alerting system issued by the government of the Northwest Territories. This is only a test. If this had been an actual emergency or threat, you would now hear instructions that would assist you to protect you and your family.
Test. Ceci est un test du système d'alerte publique des territoires du Nord-Ouest en alerte TNO. Aucune mesure n'est requise de votre part. Territoire du Nord-Ouest, il s'agit d'un essai de TNO en alerte, le système d'alerte public des territoires du Nord-Ouest géré par le gouvernement des TNO. Ceci est un essai. En cas d'urgence ou de menace réelle, vous entendriez maintenant des instructions pour assurer votre protection et celle de votre famille.
So, since Yellowknife relayed both territories together, well, not together, they did it one by one, starting with Alberta and then Northwest Territories right after that, I'm going to accept that take of it instead. Alright, starting up KMC, that is coming next here. And I see the downtown Chicago Railcan is back online from the far southeast suburbs. And I can't rewind it. That's the only kind of freight train that ever goes through an area such as Woodstock. Okay, let's go and start the game now. Okay, that is not, I did not ask for
Would you like to play over a network or just on this
Well,
local
the game is
computer?
already screwed up as it is, but I'm going to go ahead and reset it. So maybe I must have clicked multiple times.
Welcome. Would you like to play a network?
Of course,
If
we're
your
playing
name's on the
locally.
list, please pick a token.
How about the hat?
So,
the top hat.
add more. Well, if it's a command, you can add. Well, which, all right, how tough do you want? And all right then,
I'll just
what's the
randomize
stand?
the,
All right then, you can
difficulties.
switch token when everybody's ready.
Yep, we're ready
Click.
to
Would you
start.
like a special Monopoly board?
How about Toronto, because it's Canada Day?
Would you like to play
For
with the
our
standard
show,
rules,
that is.
or use some custom variations?
Oh yeah, a lot of custom variations. This is what seems to have worked. So, here we go.
Thimble, you're up.
This will be so much fun.
6. Cambridge Town.
That doesn't scare me.
Well, it is gonna be so much fun.
Whose turn is it?
Well, that
Come
Yu-Gi-Oh
on.
card game's
Full
gonna be so
speed
much
ahead.
fun once I get an understanding of how the
Lucky
game actually
7.
freaking works.
Chance, I love these. Let's look. Advance to go. Collect $200. Here's some easy money. Your turn, Iron.
Let's get this show on the road.
A nickel. Queen line.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Shu.
I'll show the youngsters who's boss.
6. Cambridge Town.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
You rolled a 3. The Annex.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Good luck, horse and rider.
I'm in the saddle.
We got 5. Queen line.
That's chumps change.
Top hat. Roll and good luck.
Proceed.
You rolled a 3. Dundas Street.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Thimble, you're up. We got 6. Electric Company.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship. Full speed ahead. Looks like a 4 to me.
Good thing this tax is capped.
It's Iron's turn. Both hands, 10. Young line.
You'll have to do better than that.
Shu, let's hit the bricks. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Queen Street.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Horse and rider, you're at the starting gate. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Toronto Island.
That's chumps change.
Top hat, it's up to you. Half a dozen. The Annex.
I guess I can afford that.
Thimble, you're up. 10. Chance, you feeling lucky? Take a walk on the boardwalk. Advance token to boardwalk. Rosedale. Battleship, fire when ready.
A head full.
Looks like 7 to me. Don Valley.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. 6 and 5, 11. Young Street.
All right. I could be happy here.
Okay, Shoe, roll those dice. 10. Waterworks.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
It's your turn, Horse and Rider. Lucky 7. St. Lawrence Market.
That's chum's change.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 9. Queen Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Thimble, you're up. 10. $200. That's easy money. The Annex.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
Battleship, you're out. 5. Spadina Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. A deuce. Waterworks.
You'll have to do better than that.
6. CN Tower.
You'll have to do better than that.
Let's go. A nickel. Community chest. Let's look. Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. A nickel. Young Street. You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. We got 6. Yorkville.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Okay, Thimble. Good luck. Snake Eyes.
That doesn't scare me.
8. College Street.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship, you're out.
I'll show you how it's done.
We got 6. Chance, you feeling lucky? Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Here's some easy money. Queen Line. Your turn, Iron. We got 6. $200. And you didn't even do anything. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. Looks like a 4 to me. Forest Hill.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Looks like 7 to me. Back so soon? Here's your $200.
Can't you wait, see if I care?
It's your turn, Horse and Rider. Looks like 7 to me. Community chest. What's it going to be? Income tax refund. Collect $20. You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. We got 5. Bay Street. Thimble, you're up. Lucky 7. Young Street.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship, full speed ahead. Looks like 7 to me. Electric Company.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Good luck, Iron. We got 10.
Only a visit this time.
10.
Good. I'll put my feet up for a sec.
Shoo, let's hit the bricks. Lucky 7. Don Valley.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Whose turn is it? Come on.
Pretty swank.
Looks like 11 to me. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
No problem.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Both hands, 10. Rosedale.
I guess I can afford that.
Looks like 7 to me. Another turn around the board, another $200.
I guess I can afford that.
It's Thimble's turn. Eater from Decatur. Cian Tower.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship, full speed ahead. Eater from Decatur.
A respite? How quaint.
Good luck, Iron.
Let's do it.
Half a dozen. Young Street.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
We got 6. Sky Dome.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Shoo. 8. College Street.
Home sweet home.
Good luck, Horse and Rider.
Howdy.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Electric Company.
That's chum's change.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. 5. Don Valley.
I guess I can afford that.
It's Thimble's turn. 4.
That's what I get for running with the jet set.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. 9. Bay Street.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. 4. Chance. Bank pays you dividend of $50. We got 10. Around the board again. Here's your $200. Cambridge Town. Shoo, let's hit the bricks. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Bloor Street.
Fortune smiles on he who perseveres. Geezer power! Yes!
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 9er. St. Lawrence Market.
That's chum's change.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 11. Chance, I love these. Let's look. You have been elected chairman of the board. Pay each player $50. It's Thimble's turn. 5, $200. That's easy money. Battleship, you're out. Half a dozen. Go Train.
I prefer another yacht, but a railroad is nice too. To be sure.
Good luck, Iron. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Toronto Island.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
It's your turn, Shoe. We got 6. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? You inherit $100. 7. Around the board again. Here's your $200. It's your turn, Horse and Rider. We got 4. Blur Line.
Not partial to trains. Boss.
Top Hat. Toss those ivories. Lucky 7. Bay Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Okay, Thimble. Good luck. We got 5. The Beaches.
That doesn't scare me.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Half a dozen. Back so soon? Here's your $200.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron.
Let's get at it.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Chance. I love these. Let's look. Advance to Illinois Avenue. 4. Waterworks.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Shoe. 8. Let's see where that takes us. The Beaches.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. We got 4. Bay Street.
That's chumps change.
6. Go Train.
That's chumps change.
Top Hat. Toss those ivories. Hey, doubles, 12. Here's some easy money. Bathurst Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Ace, deuce, 3. You can't hide from the tax man. Okay, Thimble, good luck. We got 4. Electric Company.
That doesn't scare me.
We got 6. Queen Street.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship, you're out.
A head full.
You rolled a 3.
Good thing this tax is capped.
Good luck, Iron. 9er. Forest Hill.
You'll have to do better than that.
Okay, Shoe, roll those dice. 6. Toronto Island.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
8. Looking great. Chance. Let's see what it is. Advance token to nearest utility. If unowned, you may buy it from the bank. If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the amount thrown. 6. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 8. Here's some easy money. Dundas Street.
That's chumps change.
Top Hat, it's up to you. A nickel. The Annex.
I guess I can afford that.
Thimble, you're up. 7. Blur Line.
That doesn't scare me.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Both hands, 10. Toronto Island.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. 3. Back so soon? Here's your $200. It's your turn, Shoe. Eater from Decatur. Chance. I love surprises. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. Another turn around the board, another $200. Good luck, horse and rider. 7.
Just passing through.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. We got 4. High Park.
I guess I can afford that.
9er. Chance. Let's see what it is.
I shall hide here and gather my wits about me.
Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Okay, Thimble. Good luck. 9. CN Tower. Battleship, you're out. 12. Boxcars. Young Street.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Both hands, 10. Chance. Go back 3 spaces. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Grand Opera opening. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats. It's Iron's turn. 8. Let's see where that takes us. The beaches. We got 10. Queen Street.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Shoe. 7. Electric Company.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice.
Just passing through.
Looks like a 4 to me. Toronto Island.
That's chumps change.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Roll or pay up. Looks like 11 to me. St. Lawrence Market.
I guess I can afford that.
Whose turn is it? Come on. 8, looking great. Here's some easy money. Community chest. What's it going to be? Pay hospital, $100. Battleship, full speed ahead. Cinco.
Must they always single out the rich to tax so mercilessly?
Your turn, Iron. We got 6. Yorkville.
You'll have to do better than that.
11. Go Train.
You'll have to do better than that.
Shoo, let's hit the bricks. Lucky 7. College Street.
Home sweet home.
It's your turn, Horse and Rider. Half a dozen.
Nice town to have free parking.
Top Hat, it's up to you. A deuce. Harborfront.
I guess I can afford that.
4. Bloor Street.
I guess I can afford that.
7. CN Tower.
I guess I can afford that.
Thimble, you're up. 8.
Just a visit this time.
You have the dice, Battleship. 6. Back so soon? Here's your $200.
Good thing this tax is capped.
Good luck, Iron. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? $200. That's easy money.
Give me your best shot, come on.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. It's your turn, Shoo. We got 10. Bay Street.
Home sweet home.
Show us your stuff, Horse and Rider. Looks like 7 to me. Bloor Street.
That's chum's change.
Top Hat, it's up to you. $5. Rosedale.
It's a good thing I have deep pockets.
Let's do it. 8. Queen Street.
That doesn't scare me.
You have the dice, Battleship. 8. Electric Company.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Your turn, Iron. 11. Young Line.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Shoo. Ace, Deuce, 3. Skydome.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Looks like a 4 to me. Nathan Phillips Square.
That's chum's change.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. 9. Back so soon? Here's your $200. The Beaches.
Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes!
It's Thimble's turn. We got 4. Chance. You feeling lucky? Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank.
Stay the course.
We got 10. Chance. You feeling lucky? Your building and loan matures. Collect $150. Niner. Nathan Phillips Square. Okay, Iron, press on. Niner. Yorkville.
You'll have to do better than that.
Shoo, let's hit the bricks. 2. CN Tower.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
10. Here's $200, just for looking so good.
Count your way, see if I care.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Here's your salary again, just for passing go. You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Looks like 7 to me. Young line.
I guess I can afford that.
Thimble, you're up. 8, looking great. Community chest. Let's see what it is. You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house, $115 per hotel. Battleship, full speed ahead. We got 4. Go train.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Your turn, Iron. 8. Skydome.
You'll have to do better than that.
8, looking great. Here's your salary, $200. Looks like 7 to me. Chance, I love these. Let's look. Make general repairs on your property. For each house, pay $25. For each hotel, $100. Okay, Shoe, roll those dice. Eater from Decatur. Electric Company. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 6. Cabbagetown.
Good. No toll to pay.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Looks like 7 to me. Chance, let's see what it is. Pay poor tax of $15. It's Thimble's turn. 5.
That's what I get for running with the jet set.
Battleship, you're out. Lucky 7. Here's your salary, $200. Community chest. Let's look. Pay school tax of $150. Good luck, Iron. Eater from Decatur. Young Line. It's your turn, Shoe. 8, looking great.
Think I'll just sit a spell.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 8, looking great. Toronto Island.
That's chumps change.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. Looks like a 4 to me. Young Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Good luck, Thimble.
Wow! It sure is ritzy around here.
4. Another turn around the board, another $200. Community chest. Let's look. Doctor's fees. Pay $50. Battleship. Full speed ahead. Half a dozen. The beaches. Your turn, Iron. 10. Bluer Line.
You'll have to do better than that.
Okay, Shoe, roll those dice.
You should walk a mile in my shoe.
An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. 6. Young Street.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Looks like 7 to me. St. Lawrence Market.
That's chumps change.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Ace, Deuce, 3. Bay Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Okay, Thimble. Good luck. 7. The Annex.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
Toss those cubes, Battleship.
I'll show you how it's done.
Lucky 7. Young Line.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, Iron. 8er from Decatur. Community chest. Let's look. Advance to go. Collect $200. Here's your salary, $200. Okay, Shoe, roll those dice.
This boot was made for walking.
7. Community chest. Show me that card. From sale of stock, you get $45. Show us your stuff, Horse and Rider. 9er.
All right, we can lay low for a while.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Lucky 7. Chance. Here's some easy money. Advance to St. Charles Place. If you pass go, collect $200. Don Valley. Thimble, you're up. Looks like a 4 to me. High Park.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
7.
Free? For little old me?
You have the dice, Battleship. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Harborfront.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
8. Looking great. Nathan Phillips Square.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. Looks like 11 to me. Don Valley.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
Okay, Shoe. Roll those dice. We got 4. Forest Hill.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
An AI player wants a trade. Everyone accepts the trade. Well done. Show us your stuff, horse and rider.
All right. We're just a couple minutes away now, both from Final Jeopardy
11.
and the last of the Canadian provinces.
Top Hat, it's up to you.
And 3 is just leaving Mendota right now. We're just rewinding. See what the numbers were. Alright, off it goes now to Los Angeles.
8.
Continuing on its journey west.
College Street.
I guess I can afford that.
Here we go. To CBC Radio for the last time. Last time for this round of
Look alive!
alert ready
8.
stuff.
Let's see where that takes us.
Now at the start of it for builder number 7.
Waterworks.
That doesn't scare me.
You have the dice battleship.
You have the dice battleship.
5. Chance. Let's see what it is. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
And since this is the last
An
province,
AI player wants a trade.
I'm going to go ahead and delete that list. And that is that.
Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. It's Iron's turn. 8. Let's see where that takes us. College Street. Okay, Shoe. Roll those dice. 4. Another turn around the board, another $200.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 5. Top Hat, roll and good luck. We got 6. Bluer line.
And there's British Columbia.
I can afford that.
Thimble, you're up. 8, looking great. Chance, I love these. Let's look. Advance to go, collect $200. Pass go, collect $200. It's easy. 9. The Annex.
I own this, don't I? Cool!
Battleship, full speed ahead. An AI player wants a trade.
All right, let's go finish up
The
Jeopardy.
trade is complete. 9. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
It's Iron's turn.
Away we go.
We got 4. Harborfront.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
You're up, Shoe. Good luck. A nickel. Cambridge Town.
Back in my day, this would buy you a good meal.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider. Looks like 7 to me. You got control of the dice, Top Hat. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right, Jeopardy is done, and I believe we are just in time for either Empire Builder number 7 or the Hiawatha.
College Street.
But I heard 4-0 on the axle count. Oh, that's a freight. That is not an Amtrak horn. Oh, Beeline Service Heritage Units.
Batship, you're out. Niner. Toronto Island. You'll have to do better than that to sink me. Your turn, Iron. A pair of 6s. 12.
That truck gave a horn show. I'm gonna have to rewind that and see.
Gold Train. You'll have to do better than that. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Here's $200 just for looking so good. Dundas Street. You'll have to do better than that. Okay, shoot. Roll those dice. Looks like a mine. Where does that take us? Young Line. Oh, sweet home. Good luck, horse and rider. Ten. Nice town to have free parking. Top hat, roll, and good luck. 5. CN Tower.
Let me see that Heritage Unit again. That was quite spectacular to see.
Queen Line. Batship, you're out. Looks like 11 to me. Blue Line. You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
So that's the kind of horn show that the chap was talking about.
Opponent is proposing a trade.
Well, that's interesting.
An A-line player wants a trade.
All right.
Test. This is only a test. And give feedback.
An A-line player wants a trade.
Emergency info bc.ca/test to learn more and give feedback.
An A-line player wants a trade.
Test.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Is canceled.
So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is all of the Canada provinces.
We got 10.
And they all went. Except I missed 2 of them. 1, because I did not have the time set correctly. And 2, the other one was I had the wrong station running. So other than that, I only missed 2, so that's not too bad. Only 2 provinces. So, That's pretty good if I do say
Like
so
an eye. Where does that take us?
myself here.
Yorkville. Bang, 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 you a good meal.
0 degrees.
Horse rider.
No alarms.
Half a dozen.
9, 9, 8. That's builder number 7. And then we just got the other Borealis to see, and then that will be. Oh, great. More toys.
Collect $10. Top hat. Top those ivories.
This is what I found Jackson Ross for. Destroying these children's toys.
Around the board again. Here's your $200. Queen one. It's symbol turn.
But yeah, tonight I'm gonna have to save Yu-Gi-Oh! For after I mess with, well, after I see Classic Concentration on MPG tonight, soon after we end part 1, then that's how I can do when I mess around with Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. But I found the songs off the archive again, so and now they're all back. So. Choices. Do I mess around with my collection of hundreds of chiptunes that I like, or do I mess around with those 14 different Yu-Gi-Oh! Pieces of music? K-pop. Oh no. Captain Tiger. Oh gosh.
Horse rider, you have the dice. Eight. Let's see where that takes us.
The most valuable player.
That's easy money. Good. I'm told.
Oh gosh. He never disappoints. Oh no. The XP Horror Edition virus. Oh no, the Windows XP Horror Edition virus. Oh gosh. But first, here's builder number 7. The train I've been waiting for.
It's symbol turn.
We got the 369 and 311 again.
6.
Nothing to see yet.
Banana Avenue. Lucky 7. Toss those cubes, battleship.
I definitely did not miss that beeline heritage.
Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
Alright, one more train to see, and that's the Borealis. The other Borealis, I should say. Days later.
Skydome, you'll have to do better than that. Okay, Shoe, step on it. Eater from the gator. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. 7. 10. I love surprises. Take a walk on the boardwalk. Advance token to boardwalk. Rosedale. Horse and rider, you have the dice. Lucky 7. Young line. Top hat. Toss those ivories. You roll a 3. Spadina Avenue. I can hold up. Thimble, you're up. Looks like an eye. Where does that take us? Skydome.
Scary.
You have the dice, battleship. You roll a 3.
Good thing this tax
is tapped. It's Iron's turn. We got 6. Luxury tax. That's allowed. Shoot, let's hit the bricks. We got 10. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Money is value. Good mail. Good luck, horse and rider. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Yorkville. Top hat, roll, and good luck. Three. College Street. I guess I can hold up. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. Good luck, Demo. 5. Forest Hill.
I own this, don't I? Cool.
Battleship, full speed ahead. We got 5. The Annex.
You don't have to do better than that to sink me.
Okay, Iron, press on. We got 6. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Give me your best shot. Come on. Half a dozen. Only a visit this time. Ace, deuce, 3. Hind part. You'll have to do better than that. It's your turn, Shoe. I'm just a soul man. 8, looking great. Community chest. Let's look. Life insurance matures. Collect $100. It's your turn, horse and rider. Get up. 9. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Alright, we can lay low for a while. Top hat. Toss those ivories. 11. I don't hide ya. Come on with some. Good luck, Demo. 3. $200. And you didn't even do anything. Battleship, you're out. 5. Toronto Island.
You don't have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, Iron. We got 10. Harbor Front. Who's that with? Must be my place. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. You want better than I do. Looks like a mine. Where does that take us? Young Street. Maggie, Maggie! It's Maggie with good news! It's your turn, Marson Rider. Looks like a 4D. Top Hat, it's up to you. Roll or pay up. $12 boxcars. $10. I love surprises. Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Another turn around the board, another $200. Queen one. It's Thimble's turn. 8. The Beaches.
Scary.
Battleship, you're out. 10. Yorkville.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Looks like a 4D. Waterworks.
I own this. Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Your turn, Iron. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Nathan Phillips Square. You'll have to do better than that. We got 6. Forest Hill. You'll have to do better than that. You're up, Shoe. Good luck. It's a cool man. 7. Community chest. What's it going to be? Receive for services, $25. It's your turn, Marson Rider. $10.
Nice town to have free parking.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. Looks like a mine. Where does that take us? Toronto Island. I can hold up. Okay, Thimble. Good luck. Ace, deuce, 3.
Scare me.
Battleship, full speed ahead. Looks like a 4D. Skydome.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
7. Rosedale.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Good luck, Iron. 3. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Rockefeller must live here. 4. Forest Hill. Maggie, Maggie, it's Maggie with good news. Toss those cubes. We got 4. Yorkville. You got control of the dice, Top Hat. 6 and 5, 11. Lure line. I guess I can hold that. It's Thimble's turn. 10. St. Lawrence Market.
Scare me.
8. Bay Street.
Scare me.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. 3, $200. And you didn't even do anything. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. It's Iron's turn. 9. Vienna. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. It's your turn, Shu. You gotta get rich to live around here. Both hands, 10. Here's your salary, $200. Check. I love these. Let's look. Bank pays you a dividend of $50. Cinco. Electric company. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 7. Nathan Phillips Square. Top hat, roll, and good luck. 8. Community chest. Show me that card. Christmas fund matures. Collect $100. Good luck, Demo. Looks like Saturday to me. Chance, let's see what it is. You have been elected chairman of the board. Pay each player $50. Let's get going. 7. Vienna. Your turn, Iron. Let's do it. Eater from Decatur. Community chest. What's it going to be? Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. Shoot, let's hit the bricks. 5. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Income tax refund. Collect $20. It's your turn, horse and rider. Looks like 11 to me. Here's some easy money. Community chest. What's it going to be? You inherit $100. Top hat, it's up to you. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. $11. Another turn around the board, another $200. $200 or 10% of your assets. Good luck, Demo. Looks like 7 to me. Here's $200 just for looking so good.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship, you're up. 5. Toronto Island.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. 7. Yorkville. You'll have to do better than that. Shoot, let's hit the bricks. It's moving me. 9. Young Street. Bang, bang, good mail. It's your your turn, Marson Rider. 9. Down Valley.
Good. No toll to pay.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. Eater from Decatur. Electric Company. I can hold up. Thimble, you're up. Lucky 7.
Just a minute this time.
Battleship, you're up. Half a dozen. Take a rest. You can park it for free. Good luck, Iron. We got 4. Waterworks. You'll have to do better than that. We got 6. CN Tower. You'll have to do better than that. 8. $200. And you didn't even do anything. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Grand Opera opening. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats. You're up, Stu. Good luck. 8. CN Power. You roll the 3. Forest Hill. Maggie, Maggie! It's Maggie with good mail. It's your turn, Marson Rider. We got 6. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Pay hospital. $100. Looks like 7 to me. Yorkville. Top Hat, it's up to you. Half a dozen. Queen Street. I can hold up. Thimble, you're up. 9. College Street.
That doesn't scare me.
Battleship, you're up. 6. Young Street.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Your turn, Iron. 4. Cabbagetown. You'll have to do better than that. 9. Young Line. You'll have to do better than that. It's your turn, Shoe. 10. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. 10. Let's see what it is. Advance to Illinois Avenue. Yorkville. It's your turn, Marson Rider. 10. CN Tower. Ace, Deuce, 3. Forest Hill. Top Hat, it's up to you. An A-line player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Lucky 7. Moor Line. I can hold up. It's Thimble's turn. 10. Bay Street.
That doesn't scare me.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. 6. Skydome.
You don't have to do better than that to sink me.
Half a dozen.
Must they always single out the rich to tax so mercilessly?
Minor, money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Check. I love surprises. Advance token to nearest utility. If unowned, you may buy it from the bank. If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the amount thrown.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Your turn, Iron. Ace, deuce, 3. Queen Street. You'll have to do better than that. Toss those cubes. 5. Bay Street.
Oh, sweet home!
Roll the ivories. Looks like 7 to me. $200. And you didn't even do anything. No problem. Top hat, it's up to you. Snake eyes.
I guess I can hold that.
Eight, looking great. Gold train.
I guess I can hold that.
8, let's see where that takes us.
I shall hide John. Come on, with stuff.
He said, where does that take us? That takes us to jail. Because 3 doubles lands you in jail straight away in Monopoly. Well, anyway, from our time, we have about 15 minutes left before we have to stop, maybe sooner. Oh, this all of Arizona stuff again? We're gonna save that for later.
Okay, Iron, press on. 4. Chance, let's see what it is. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. Shoot, let's hit the bricks. We got 10. Rosedale.
Maggie, it's value a good meal.
Looks like a mile. Where does that take us? Another turn around the board, another $200.
Maggie, it's value a good meal.
Whose turn is it? Come on. Half a dozen.
Maybe we can break you out.
8, looking great. Queen Street.
Good. No toll to pay.
Top hat, toss those ivories. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? A deuce. Electric Company.
I guess I can hold that.
8. Free parking. Take a break. Ace, deuce, 3. Harbor Front.
I guess I can hold that.
It's Thimble's turn. We got 6.
That's what I get for running with the jet set.
Let's do it. 4. Chess. I love surprises. Golden chair. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
I shall remain incognito here for a while.
Toss those cubes. Let's get at it. Snake eyes. Ruler Street. nickel. Skydome, you'll have to do better than that. Toss those cubes. Bigger moves. Looks like an eye. Where does that take us? Community chest. Let's see what it is. You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house. $115 per hotel. Toss those cubes. 7. Blue line. Good. No toll to pay. Top hat, it's up to you. 5. Waterworks. I can hold up. Thimbles, you're up. Ace, deuce, 3.
That doesn't scare me.
You have the dice battleship. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Queen Street. You won't have to do better than that to sink me. Your turn, Iron. This is one hoity-toity Hamlet we got here. A nickel. Forest Hill. You'll have to do better than that. Okay, Shoe. Step on it. 7. Yorkville. Bang, 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 you a good man. Show us your stuff, horse and rider. Snake Eyes. Looks like a 4 to me. Nathan Phillips Square. Half a dozen. Top hat, it's up to you. We got 6. CN Tower. This is a thing I have deep pockets. Thimbles, you're up. 9.
Phew! Luckier than some people I know.
Battleship, full speed ahead. 11. Bay Street. You won't have to do better than that to sink me. Your turn, Iron. We got 6. Here's $200 just for looking so good. Dundas Street. You'll have to do better than that. Whose turn is it? Come on. Looks like 7 to me. Nathan Phillips Square. Bang, 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 you a good man. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 9. Top hat, it's up to you. Niner. Here's $200 just for looking so good. Don't I own this? Of course I do. Yes! Thimbles, you're up. Looks like a 4 to me. Toronto Island.
Alright. So, I believe from the time that we have left, we have about 4 minutes before we have to stop.
6. Gold Train. I own this. Oh, what? Of course I do, yes. Your turn, Iron.
Still got one more Amtrak to see. The Borealis once it shows up.
Downbound. You're not gonna do better than that. Okay, shoot. Roll those dice.
Alright, that's taken care of now.
Forest Hill. Bang, bang, big bang, good meal. Toss those cubes. We got 6. Spadina Avenue. Top hat, it's up to you.
Okay. So, I can hear dinner most likely being ready to be served. So, yep. So, that is going to be the last turn we will play.
So, what will it be?
Nothing! It's going to be nothing! Because we are done with this game. So let's shut it down. Alright. And now for the final act of part 1. Of course, I'm going to keep this running for later. And then, of course, StreamWriter. So that way it can log everything. And yes, I'm going to need to have the desktop audio off for the next part. So let me load up StreamWriter. Okay, we are back. The Wi-Fi driver decided it was decided not today for some reason. All right, I see Talking Ginger came back. So now we gotta slowly. Now we gotta slowly bring everything back that we had up earlier. All right, what were we gonna do before? Oh, thank you. Let's restore it. And what was the sample I wanted? Oh yeah, this final part, this part right here. No, I don't think it... Well, I've got multiple pieces I'd like to try, so... I see Georgia decided to do their monthly. Let's see, I've got multiple pieces I want to do. This is the first one. No, not that part. This one. This one. That is the part I want. And then we are going to move that. We're just going to make a copy of this. Put it at the beginning. And there's one more part. Now that's better. Alright. We're going to start with this one. Okay, now of course I'm going to mute for this whole thing. Let's go. That sounds like a great clip, doesn't it? Ah. Alright, well that's enough for you, Ginger the talking cat. We will get back to, and Tom and Ben, well, we gotta get rid of them too. As much as I hate to say it. Well, for the time being. So, I gotta get ready then for my evening class. So I'll give you a few moments while I take care of that. And then we will wrap up part 1. Okay, so I see today's episode of Classic Concentration and my episode of Big John's Wheel of Fortune for today all went up together. That episode of Classic Concentration I will take care of in a few moments. A good thing he does release those things on a weekly basis, like on a schedule, kind of like what I do, except I do it like almost every day, but well, only during the week. Well, only during the week though. So we got all the Amtrak trains and yeah, all the Amtrak trains and everything. Now I never put KSDZ in there, so let's take a moment and do that with the remaining time. Alright. Okay. Well, it is getting close to departure time here. So, we are going to go ahead and wrap up. Oh, that's right. I got to pull the live panel back up on the screen. I gotta pull that panel back up so I can end it when we're ready. There we go. Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and wrap up part 1 of our weekly test show now. And of course I have StreamWriter that's going to handle all of the evening tests tonight, as per usual. So hopefully we will be lucky again. So hopefully just crossing my fingers and hoping again that I'll be lucky once more to make it back here like around 8 p.m. or so we can take care of the floor. The floor tonight. I mean, this is like a very long break essentially, so we're not gonna let this thing waste bandwidth, for OBS just showing absolutely nothing for a long time. So, of course, when I get back from the evening class, we will set up the catch-up. We'll do the catch-up of everything from earlier, plus watch tonight's edition of The Floor. And, well, if there is time, but I'm also still debating about 99 to Beat. If I want to spend some time and, maybe take care of 99 to Beat tonight, or take care of it on KTTV Los Angeles later tonight. I'm still thinking about it, but I'm thinking about actually doing it on the Los Angeles station this time, if we do not get to it, which will probably be the case. But we'll have to see. We'll see how these next 2-3 hours pan out, and then we'll go from there. So, and then of course later tonight, we'll see what we can do. But of course we'll do that eBay scam. We'll see. We'll just probably do an eBay scavenger hunt after we play Deal or No Deal in Yahtzee, and of course we'll see what we can make from those letters from WNBS's Name and Claim It word game, and everything else that we can think of. And I already know what I'm probably going to be going through when I do the eBay scavenger hunt tonight. You're all probably going to see those Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal DVDs again, and I'll just probably look through a bunch more of those home video releases, PCs, and whatever else I can think of. I don't know. I got some time to decide. So, with that said, thank you for joining us here for part 1. This is not the end of our show. This is just a long break. So hopefully we'll be back by 8 p.m., maybe 8:30 p.m. I'd say, so we can take care of the floor, and we will go through the name and claim it word game and just see what kind of crazy words we can think of from each of the letters. So that's what we got coming up here in part 2. But for now, thanks for watching part 1 of our weekly test show. We'll see you in a few hours for part 2.